All right. Hello, 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 friends and adventurers. It would seem it is yet another evening for Dungeons and Dragons. So, as I get the old crew here ready to roll. There we go. Yeah, as I get the old crew here ready to roll, we'll get started in a couple minutes. Trying to get better at starting closer to 7:30, but you know how people are when they just get in. You know how they be sometimes. And sometimes it gives me a second to get some last minute things, making sure they're functional, because some things I have to switch every single session. Yay. Anyway, hope you are having a wonderful day or an evening. And we're going to get this bad boy rolling in but a moment. So sit back, relax, put on your 3D shades, grab a popcorn, get yourself some Skoda, get some condiments, and we'll get rolling. Yeah. Also, thank you for them offline follows. I see you. I see you. I see you. All right. I'm about to round up the cats and we're going to get started. All right. All right. Give me 1 minute. And who would like to give a recap?
Oh my god, there was so much that happened last session.
I would do it, but I'm in the middle of cooking. I promised myself I would do it I'll do it next time. I'll do it next time.
Let's see, where did we leave off? So, well, we were in the, okay, yeah, so we started off in the Shimmering Scales magic shop with our friend Sarissa and the Beholder, whose name I don't know if we caught. But Cha had just asked him a question, or asked her a question, very intense, direct, per Tamara's advice. You know, are you going to try to raise this this dragon from the dead and murder us all? And so then they slammed all the doors shut, and that's where we began. And
Yeah,
they
freaked them
became
out.
very cautious about us, thinking like, why are you asking that? What is your intent? And Sarissa got very protective with Little One, wanting to potentially like take him from us if we were dangerous or weird or freaky or so we had to kind of convince them that we were on the level, that we were trying to protect everybody, that it was a tense situation of what happened in Dale, and could we trust them basically? And so they seemed to kind of, the tension started to relax, and then Sari showed up like banging on the door, figured out where we'd gone, was banging on the
Ever
door.
so subtle.
Like everything was getting a little tense there for a minute, which was kind of cool. Like we were all just, it was all a little stressful, and then we let her in and we all started talking. And Sarissa decided she would go with us after we took care of a little business. So we then went back to the what do we call it again? The
Lofty Highborn?
the Hofty Liborn. There you
The
go.
Hofty Liborn.
And didn't Niavara's hair magically revert back to
right?
Yeah, it started
that
Back to white.
signified something that I didn't understand at the time, but I went with it.
Oh, she made a deal. The price of the deal was the color of her hair. So when it turned
and the
back,
deal was to figure out. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
The deal was information on the person that had sent her the weird letter, which is why her hair was blue for a day.
And why did she turn it back if that was the price? Oh, she borrowed your color. That's it.
For a
just
day,
24
yeah.
hours.
She borrowed it. That's right.
Like a coat. So yeah, we went back there, and we started to. Well, we were having a little talk with Tamara, I believe, about where we were going to be going, what we were up to, and we started feeling some strange presence, sort of magically or strangely pervading over us. And I forgot who it was that noticed the shadow figure, the Obsidian Lord, kind of lurking in a shadow, and like only their eyes were visible. But then we all,
right.
once that was pointed out, we all, except for Zed, who was
Except
just
for
happily
Zed.
hanging out with Little One, we all headed into this shadow sort of realm with this being. And we know this being from the past, but this was the first time Opal and Sari had met them. And we kind of explained everything that's going on with them, about their father, quote unquote, who is this cosmic entity that has been trapped by sort of fellow deities that, if released, would clean up, quote unquote, the cosmos of various issues. One of those being these holes that have been being ripped in space and time with strange entities coming through them. And for Opal and Sadi's information, when we first learned of this whole thing, especially Cha, who has the key that could open this thing up, was very skeptical whether he should do it at all. Like whether he could trust this creature, whether he could trust the entity that was locked up. Like really not sure if this was good or horrible for reality. But
Right.
over time, various interactions with this being have, and our own interactions with these tears in space and time, well, we don't know time, but definitely space, these dimensional tears, we've started to think that maybe it is a good idea, that this could be something that could repair, a universe that is starting to sort of, tear at the seams. So yeah, we had some cool interactions with them. They walked around and sort of gave information to everybody. We learned that Opal is made out of opal.
Oh, that was
It
really
could
cool.
potentially be shattered to pieces if they were hit hard enough,
Her name
which
was
is terrifying.
very literal.
Yeah.
He showed us a vision of our own world that, from like high up, and that it was this round globe. And we had a delightful moment where Cha realized that it wasn't flat,
I love
and
that.
that was kind of cute.
Yeah.
Opal, one of Opal's great lines: "If any of you use me as spell components, I will kill you." That was adorable. We learned a bit of, I think Sadi said something about the vengeance for the ones who killed her mentor, and I think that was the first time she's openly said that to all of us. I think she had only said that, or anything close to that, to Niavara in private. So she said that openly, that
What's his
revenge
name said it
was
first.
a motivation, right? And he
Yeah.
was just putting everything on the table, like he knows all about all of us.
Yeah, it's like, dude, secrets.
And so we all kind of heard that it wasn't her direct motivation for what her life is up to, but if she could get revenge for those who killed her mentor, that'd be great.
And family.
We started then, the creature started asking about Zed. We realized he wasn't there. Cha dove into the shadows, teleported right behind him, and ran him and little one into the hole, into the shadow realm, to communicate with this creature too. And he was kind of, baffled by what was going on. And then suddenly, here he is facing the opal, the obsidian lord once more. And Cha started asking some big questions like, "Is Zed dead?" And the creature was answering very cryptically and disturbingly. We all started being like, "Oh my god, this
What
was
made
a little
Cha
bit. This was
ask
kind of
that
a joke."
question?
Well, Niavara and all of us have been wondering throughout the campaign why this Marn is after Zed, and because he hasn't told Zed, and Zed doesn't know, and all we could figure out is that that Marn was like a god of death, and he took his crew, but somehow Zed escaped that fate, and so therefore escaped death. So is he supposed to be dead, or is he undead? Like, we've been joking about it the whole campaign. Like,
Oh,
is
okay.
Zed dead? Which
Wow.
always just reminds me of Pulp Fiction. Zed's dead, baby. Zed's dead. And so it's always been kind of a joke, but the Obsidian Lord started to confirm Zed is in fact undead, but we don't really know anything else about that.
I'll say, as far as like why the question was asked and stuff, or like where the thought process came from, there was a definitive moment a while ago now, maybe like 30 sessions ago or something, where we came across it was like it wasn't like a shrine, but there was this it was like it's not a rug, but anyway. Oh, sorry.
Oh, right,
There
right,
she
right.
is. So we had this situation back a long time ago where we were communicating with individuals that we were maybe connected to. Like we would touch this rug that was on an altar, and you could think of someone, and it was like all of a sudden it was like an
Right.
operator would just like patch you through to them. Zed
If they
got
were
patched.
dead or alive?
I guess we didn't know if that
Okay.
was a thing, but Zed got patched into his captain, to Captain Thatcher, and they was having like kind of a normal conversation. But he was saying that they were kind of on the run from something, and but that Zed didn't need to worry, and then toward the end of it, you kind of everyone kind of got a bit of an insight on a couple of the crewmates, and there were some odd sort of insinuations, I guess, about Zed's crew, that it's like, wait, like my captain at some point did like the got your nose sort of deal to one of the other crew and actually pulled his nose off. And like we were all like laughing about it, and I was like, all right, give it back, it's and everyone else is like, wait, what? And so there's just been kind of these lingering sort of like, what is going on here? But anyway,
And they said something about how they die and are constantly fighting and dying and being reconstituted like every day. That's their life now in the astral
Whoa.
world. So it's basically like they're in some kind of weird purgatory. They're dead or undead or something.
And so then the
And
Obsidian
we've
Lord
been wondering
confirmed
if
that
Zed
so
is.
is Zed.
Well, I guess, like Cube just said, I guess maybe he didn't confirm it, but he did say something about undeath, and he did say that Zed's soul is fractured. That was like the key, was that it was like a gemstone that had been broken up and was fractured and in pieces.
Right.
So
like
it's like he's
dead and half
dead, but he's not
living.
dead.
Yeah. Wow.
And Opal shared that
That's
she
cool.
is an Azarian, a Warforged, born of a volcano. And so then we were
Right.
asking, if she had, parent problems like everybody else does, and so we were joking about stabbing a volcano.
Yes, I don't think stabbing it will solve the problems, though.
And then Kozik was told, there was something about Sarissa's pouch. I just put question marks. I'm not sure what that
Really?
was. I don't know what that was. Something about Sarissa's pouch. I just
I
put
don't
question mark,
necessarily
question mark,
remember
question
that.
mark.
I have that.
And
I
I
was
remember,
told,
yeah.
seek out other courts. There are plots beneath the waves, which is also cryptic, like everybody else.
Plots beneath the waves. I didn't catch that part. I caught the part about the outer courts.
I want to go.
And
to the
that
capital
was
of
to.
Kingdom.
Yeah. Maybe Rain got back there somehow.
I think the pouch thing was we were basically suggesting that Sarissa get whatever she needs together, and I think she just kind of like gestured to this like small pouch, and she was like, I have everything I need.
Everything she needed.
And
She had everything.
and it was like next to nothing that she seemed
like-
like she had.
Time Lord
Gotcha.
pouch.
Right.
Like Mary Poppins bag. We think
And
Mary
that is
Poppins
all
We
I
have
would
got.
Mary Poppins bag.
Well,
Oh
Niavara.
yeah, and there was
true,
the
right?
Niavara's whole
Niavara
thing,
situation with with the little girl and her twin. So we had.
Oh my God.
By the way, I
right.
loved Niavara's acting during that whole thing. Never seen her so
Awesome.
riled up and like just off kilter. Never in a year of playing. You did such a fantastic job acting that out. Like I was not
Yeah.
only concerned as Cha, I was concerned as myself. It was terrific.
Yeah.
Just the frustration, the rage, the murderous intent toward this creature, and all the rest of
Yeah.
us are just trying to talk her down and add different perspectives about maybe this creature is just as angry as you are. And then we learned the
She wasn't having
changeling's name. Who the little girl? So is the little girl a changeling? I keep confusing that. Was
Mm-mm.
she a changeling or was she a mimic?
She's a child of both, so she's a half changeling, half mimic.
Oh, the
wow.
ones who adopted you were half changeling. One was
No,
changeling, one was mimic.
We don't
Oh,
know.
this is a little girl. You haven't met this
We
little
met
girl.
her
She
in
was in the
Dale.
town.
Oh, the little girl, not your twin. Okay.
hmm
So
I don't know
that's
if it was-
Sora.
No, that's my sister's name. That's what Niavara said her mother would have named her sister.
Okay, gotcha.
Savora, for honor of the Fury, whose full name is
The Fury.
Foroi.
Sounds Hungarian.
Okay,
Niavara
yeah.
didn't know
So
who the
that
little
was
girl was,
yeah.
other than just the one that she saw back at Dale.
And Niavar felt really bad because she had shown her true changeling face to that little girl back in Dale when we were there, and she's now regretting it, like she let her guard down, or that was why her twin was able to catch up with her, or stuff like that.
Right, because we don't know who she
Yep.
is.
And then we jumped on the back of
We were invited on the back.
Of big old dragon lady. Because
Did Chad
dragon
disappear?
didn't want to walk. Sounds like it.
Oh yes, I remember now.
Yeah, that's awesome. Come on back, Jaw. Oh,
Get the
off
image
and
from
on.
Probably
There he is.
Oh, sorry, I was lost for a minute.
Mhm.
We gotcha.
That we were scooped up by Sarissa and heading toward Dale.
Indeed.
Sarissa didn't want to walk.
She wanted to get her wings out. I remember that. She was like, "It's been so long. I've gotten my wings out."
And because Niavara is immature like that, she's like, everyone say yes that you would totally bang the dragon lady if she asked. All of you who had doubts and said that Niavara was weird for being willing to like take up a dragon on an offer, take it back now.
Oh,
And
I'm
a-
sure Cha would be delightfully experimental with dragons in that realm. Sure. No problems there.
and like any rom com, that's when Sarah just happens to walk by and open the door.
I didn't mean right now. I meant just like hypothetically.
I mean,
He
yeah,
followed you.
hypothetically, she just shows up.
joined an adventuring party to come after you, Chaw. Her and
Oh,
Tiffany.
I know. I wonder what secrets Sarah had that I never discovered.
So many.
Who knows what secrets are still hidden from us? We'll find them out, probably.
Or
At some
not.
point in the future. You know, maybe in 500 million years. Who
Or
knows?
you'll check option B and option A disappears. Who
Right.
knows?
Who knows?
So,
I'm happy that Cha found some love and companionship for a week.
see.
We were in town longer than a week. That can't be right. That it doesn't feel emotionally right to Alex as a player.
Really? Was it more than a week? I know it was like 4 days to and fro from the dungeon. So yeah, probably a week and a half.
It's more the side effect of playing a game once a week.
Right.
The aftermath. The old time
Have we
dilation.
calculated how long we've been playing in game if the days are going forward as usual? It's probably been like a month and a half.
Right.
That's my guess.
Yeah, sure.
Wow, that's all really?
So-
Listen to her. Is that all? Jeez.
No, I
I
didn't
know,
mean it
month
like
and a half
that.
is a
It just
lot.
seems longer, that's all.
We tend to
The
get
way you guys
places
talk about
pretty
all your
fast,
adventures, it
too.
seems like a really long time.
It is kind of hard to keep track of, though. I feel like if you think about it, we almost have a long rest. Well, I don't know. It's like if you just think about how often we have long rests, basically. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's a
Mhm.
good. That's a good
We've had like
description.
8.
Oh, wow.
It's a good
So
So
question.
it's kind of wild because
Long
it's like,
rest.
yeah, it could have been a month and a half, or it could have literally been like 2.5 weeks.
Man, all this stuff you guys have shared and all this stuff I haven't even heard about. Gosh, it
Oh,
seems
there's
like
so much.
It's
So-
wild to think like how much you go through.
There's so much. I've never experienced this before as a player. As a DM, I did. Just wondering what kind of memories my whole family had playing, and it's like, whoa. Now I've got them. It's hard to keep track of too. There's a ton. There's threads
Yeah.
within threads.
And the sweater's not even completely weaved yet.
that's right.
So sounds
Um,
award your inspiration as
yeah, I
you
was
see
gonna
fit.
say, did we get? I know a couple of us voted for last session. But-
I concur, Niavara.
It was just so outstanding to see her completely act out of character within character. Like just to
Yes.
not be the person we know her to be. Which I thought was brilliant.
Oh, thanks.
But I appreciated your thoughts for Cha.
Cool.
And everybody did great. It's hard to do that. It's hard to figure out who does the best. Everybody's got such cool stuff.
I think that's. I almost want to like parse that because it's like it's not like awarding first place.
Right,
It's
right.
just kind of like you did something cool, and yeah, I think I'm gonna throw you inspiration for it. Like it's just kind of a
Right.
neat
It
thing.
doesn't mean everybody else wasn't doing cool stuff too. Yeah.
Exactly. And we're getting 2 a session, so plenty to sprinkle around to everybody.
Yeah.
See, who hasn't got Opal? Do you have inspiration?
I do not.
I think it'd be if you're all willing, for the recap one. If you wanted to get that.
I'll
Oh, you're
take
so
it if nobody
sweet.
else wants it. Unless
Yeah, for
nobody
sure.
else wants it.
Just to dull it out evenly.
Let's hoping we don't need to use. I don't need to use it this session.
Oh, don't say
I'm
that.
hoping you do.
Yeah.
I know. Cube is starting to scare me.
What do you mean? It's a resource, and once you guys have a full tank, you're literally wasting.
I do feel like I'm fine.
your
I finally
implication
have
that
it in
we'll
my
need
head
it.
that we're gonna have an inspiration at the end of the session that we can decide on right at the end. We could all
Yeah.
just start doing that. I think I finally have it in my brain.
I wish you the best of luck in maintaining that.
God, we burned through like 5 on our
Oh my
Sunday
God.
session.
I love when we do one
5
on like
what?
one roll and fail.
We went-
still. That's the best.
We used 5 different inspirations in one session, just to like do re-rolls and stuff.
Wow.
And it actually like half of them actually worked out, and then the rest of them were like nat ones and stuff.
So you
But yeah,
guys are on
anyway.
the Sunday. You and Char are on the Sunday session too.
Cubed and I.
Oh, you and
Cubed
Cube.
is a
Gosh,
Cubed is a
can't get
player
enough.
on the Sunday session,
Oh, he
and
plays. Cool.
yeah, so he gets
That's
to
cool.
have fun on
Yeah.
Sundays. Not saying he doesn't get to have fun today, but different kind of fun.
It
Yeah.
is a very different kind of fun.
Speaking of fun, Cha was in the clutches of a dragon's claws.
And loving it.
Oh, that's right. You're the only person that didn't.
I think he
Get on
checked
the
that
back.
off. He checked that off of his bucket list. For some reason, Chad always wanted to be clasped into the claws of a dragon in flight.
I'm so glad he got to have that experience.
I'm not. If we can get a therapist in here to break down why he wanted that, then we can all figure it out. But I don't know why. But he wanted that.
I mean, that's only one step away from a particular person that seems to get eaten a lot.
You know,
Particular person.
it's true. Cha has almost been eaten several times.
Oh.
Most
Yeah, just a
recently
touch
by
reckless.
a
Where's his name?
most
Not the
recently by a
Jim.
dinosaur.
You know, particular old Dervin.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, Dervin.
Oh, he was the one that popped up out of the fountain, right? Outside of
Good
Miriam's palace.
memory.
Yeah. I
We
remember.
met him our first day, I think, that we played in the Underdark.
Oh, wow.
That was our first mission actually, was to help old Jim find his mentor or find his protege, Dervin, and we were hunting through this ancient, dilapidated drow city, looking for Dervin, and that was where we found our first
Okay.
beholder, who was what's his name again? Gary. He was
I
just
love these
chilling.
names.
I know, right? Jim.
Jim, Gary. I love it.
And he was just chilling like in a back room that Zed and I found like in this weird sort of cistern. And he was like, "What do you want? Piss off." And we were like, "Gosh, that guy's so rude." And we figured out it was a beholder, and we were like, "Okay, let's back out of here." Anyway, memories.
Cube is great at Grumpy.
Oh, I mean, how would you feel if adventurers kept breaking into your house and beating you up and taking your stuff? You probably wouldn't
can't-
be none too excited to see adventurers.
That's right.
I can't imagine why a DM might have feelings like that. Adventurers rolling up into their story and breaking all their things.
It's
Not doing what they're supposed to do.
yeah, it's almost like, you know, begging the question, who are the real bad guys in these adventures?
I know everybody always blames the DM, but yeah.
Murder hoboing is not very fun.
And breaking and entering. Trespassing.
B&Es and trespass can both be natural story elements born out of necessity.
And that's
Or
against the law,
or
not
poking
morality.
sleeping dragons, which Cha loves to do such things. Sorry to say.
Speaking of which, so you guys are all in flight.
Okay, we're in flight.
And, you know, as before, you know, once Sarissa finally, you know, beat her very large wings and taken off, but it wasn't jaunting in the sense that you'd have a vehicle go from 0 to 60. It's almost like she took care to take note that she has, you know, passengers. Save for maybe Cha, because he's weird.
Oh yeah, he wanted to get thrown around a little bit. Yeah.
And it becomes very apparent and very quick that the ground basically gets away from you. You look down, and granted, the takeoff was none too a thrash, but once you're in the sky, it's almost like being on the airplane. Like how quickly she's able to accelerate into the sky is almost practically vertical. But for those of you riding on the back, for whatever reason, it's almost like a sense of like gravity is holding you down, as well as whatever grip that you may be attempting to get a hold of. There are like hairs, because she's I showed you the image. So there's hairs and like is it hairs? Maybe.
Hairs?
Here, I'll show you the image again. Grab it.
Yeah, I guess
Artwork.
it's kind of like a mane almost.
Yeah, kind of
Oh,
like
she's so
grassy,
beautiful.
maybe like a little bit of moss.
Yeah. It does have a real Last Unicorn vibe.
Like
doesn't it?
a mane.
Oh yeah, it is kind
I,
of mossy.
I don't think I'll see Sarissa the same way after she turns back into a human. Hey.
No kidding. Huh?
Oh, nifty.
And very quickly beneath you, the image of Zareth gets smaller and smaller until essentially the only thing you can see beneath you is the clouds.
Oh wow. Not
Like-
even the land.
Like a whale breaching the surface. And let's see, I'd probably say for everybody, this would probably be the first time you've actually been this high up before. So, however your character may take that. So be
Top of the world, ma!
Sorry, loves it.
And I mean, so you're basically free to converse amongst yourselves. It's almost like you really don't even need to hold on to anything, but she does have like this kind of grassy, like mossy mane that if you felt you needed to, it's there.
Pretty
But
hard
she
to hear each
glides
other,
with this like grace and power.
pretty
I
hard to
am a
talk up in the
golden
wind.
god! Just
What?
kidding. Just kidding. I just always wanted to say that.
Getting a bit ahead of yourself, Cha.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Niavara has planted herself like square in the middle. She is looking straight ahead. She is not looking down.
Afraid of
she's like-
heights.
No. Simply
Afraid
sane.
of falling.
Practical.
Have you
Hmm.
ever looked over the edge of a cliff in the Underdark and seen a corpse at the bottom?
Ooh.
I've never been to the Underdark, and I assume if I had been there, I would have been harvested for pieces.
Mm,
So
yeah, the
I'm
Uyghur would have
thankful
had
I've
fun with
never
you.
been there.
I was like, his arms are out. It's like he's zip lining. His
Oh my
claws
God.
wrapped around his torso. Like if she opened up her claw for 1 second, whoosh, he's gone. Like he's loving
He's
it.
flying.
Staring down at the.
How are you holding up there, pirate, sailor?
I think Zed's probably pretty exhilarated. This is maybe somewhat akin to being out on the seas, or at least he's trying to grasp onto that logic so that he doesn't panic.
This is truly something extraordinary. I find myself thinking that I am quite good. I am quite lucky to have ended up with all of you. I wouldn't have been on the back of a
Ooh.
dragon if I hadn't.
It's once in a lifetime, it seems. And Zed's realizing that I don't think little one's ever flown or like made
I
it
was just
Oh,
thinking the
wow.
apparent
same
that little one
thing.
can
I was
fly.
thinking the
So
same
I'm assuming
thing.
little one's kind of clutched on his Zed, and he'll kind of like take him off the perch of his shoulder, and he'll hold him in front of his chest and kind of hold one hand under him, and then he'll just kind of spread his wings out and let the wind catch his wings just to give him that feeling of he's flying.
Out of character. Tie a rope to his legs and fly him like a kite.
Hey,
Oh,
good idea.
Bad parenting
Ready,
ideas
buddy?
only.
Whoosh. Just throw him. Chuck him.
Football.
Sarissa's
like how you-
really gonna like
It's like how you
that.
teach kids to swim, right? Just throw them in the deep end.
yeah, Sarissa's definitely going to take little one off your hands if you just
Yeah.
don't do that.
By the
No
way,
doubt.
I did learn that way and sunk right to the bottom, and they had to
No, fuck
dive in and
trauma.
save me. Apparently,
Oh man. I actually don't remember how I learned to swim. I was pretty young, like IRL.
It was probably a good experience then, if you don't remember it.
So yeah.
Unless it was so traumatic that you've blocked the memory out.
possible.
So yeah. So you guys are in flight, and you can you can all hear it, but you can hear the sound of Sarissa's voice. Are you looking to have a little more exhilaration there, Mr. Cha?
Absolutely.
Oh, sounds great to me also.
Oh.
I'm so
Thank
grateful
you.
for this chance, Sarissa. You're awesome.
And that is how Cha died.
You would not regret such a death.
I'm getting a gift for him.
Oh, that'd be a good way to go.
Yeah, pay no mind to the images in the Discord. Anyway,
Completely paying attention. It's really cute.
Is
Oh,
this
I love
what,
that one. I love throwing She-Hulk. That's great.
She's gonna toss him. I like how Simba got thrown over the cliff. And he gets stampeded on.
so
I wonder if Cha would survive. He actually has slow fall and he has teleportation possibilities. I wonder if he would survive
Huh.
from this height.
oh no, so what she does is she just kind of lets go of Cha
Yeah.
while doing like this sort of like a backflip. So Cha kind of goes above
Whoa!
everybody.
Whoa!
And then, just as you reach the apex of your trajectory and start to come back down, you feel the rear claws catch you.
Oh, awesome.
Oh my god, that was the best! I love it! You guys have to try this!
You know, never before have I more wanted at this moment to return to the hole. The bowels of the earth seem kinder.
But
Can't
way less
say I
exciting.
disagree with you.
What was that, Kozik?
Yes, I too think the solace of the whole is where I belong.
And as
I'm gonna
Cha
remember every moment.
is caught, it's almost as if she was using the kind of like stalling motion, like a plane goes up and it kind of stalls to start
Mhm.
diving downward. To which you see the clouds quickly approach beneath you, and within, but a mere moment, you are in the cloud cover, and then shortly after, beneath you is Dale.
Wow. That's amazing. That's so fast.
And from this height, you can definitely see, as you guys are closing imagine being in a plane and it's crashing, like that sort of
Great.
velocity. But it's very controlled, as you can tell by like her wings, her focus, her build, her knowledge of her own body and gravity. But you could swear, actually, everybody give me a perception check.
We are
Let's
gonna terrify
go.
the town of Dale.
Here we go.
Just a dragon shows up dive bombing the town.
My God. Chaw's perception checks.
Depending on like how like loud she is, actually. Like some people might not notice her necessarily.
Be interesting to note the symmetry of Dale, since it's not built by humanoids, but by completely, aberrant creatures that are not bound by the strictures of, mortal life. Wonder how
Is
they
that
would
right?
design their village.
Oh, that's almost
Basically.
creepy. Mimics. That's creepy.
Oh.
1828-8. That's funny.
Yep.
That's cool.
Wow.
So basically, all you have to do is roll above a 10.
Sorry,
And-
COVID.
You could swear, let's see. For those of you that have been here before, it probably wouldn't be that awkward or surprising seeing this. But those of you who've not been before, you are confident. Is that building moving?
What is going on down there? Is that
Building's
moving?
nice.
Sorry, this is gonna blow your mind.
What is it?
You said above a 10. I'm going to cry. I had to step away for a second and I came back when you were talking about above a 10. It's fine. I'll wait.
Mimics. Mimics, sorry.
Wow.
Not only the townsfolk per se, but
The town.
some of the buildings, and it's quite unique.
That's
And actually-
crazy.
Those of you who have been here before, now that you have this this bird's eye view of Dale, or at least the town probably formerly known as Dale. Now that you have this bird's eye view, there's something else that catches your eye. The terrain around Dale is just ever so slightly different.
The what around it?
The terrain.
Terrain.
Like the movement of the trees? Were the trees mimics?
Possibly.
Hmm.
You did step in a puddle that one time, which was a plasmoid.
That's true. That was a great session. I listened to that one. It was great.
But you said the terrain is different?
Yes.
Then they
Just-
noticed
just
it the last
maybe
time.
the trees are also changeling, like mimics.
Ever so
So the
slightly.
terrain can move.
Ever
Is there a
so
check we
slightly.
could do to see if
Yeah, are
One
they
of us
like
realizes what it is?
like Ents or something?
You can do in nature.
there's nature? There it is.
Well, Chaw didn't even notice it, so he can't do it.
Ooh, nice, Dad.
Very nice.
That might be a wasted nat 20, but
Good.
No, none of them are wasted. They're all important.
Except when you're just like, I'm just gonna roll this to see what I'd get. So you, with the nat 20, you're very aware that the buildings in Dale, yeah, they were mimics. But one thing you never considered, the terrain. You're very confident that Dale in itself, the terrain that it sits on, is also a giant fucking mimic.
Wow.
Whoa. God,
Right,
that
like
shows
that.
how much Dale had really had
Like when we
potential
were
power.
when we were by Tio's, and we went into that huge building that ended up being like a giant mimic. We were kind of posing our way through its body before we realized that we were probably in a place that we shouldn't have been.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm getting the feeling, looking at all the terrain surrounding and all that, that the town folks and the buildings aren't the only thing that's a mimic around here. This whole area either is one big mimic or is consisting of mimicry, if you will.
Mind blown!
That's incredible.
Hmm.
We've ridden upon a
Incredibly
giant
interesting.
turtle. We're riding on a dragon. We've walked upon mimics. What wonders we've experienced.
That's crazy.
And we had chocolate milk.
Perhaps most
We-
importantly,
Going to a bar fight? Right, so Sarissa, I'm not sure if there's necessarily a right spot to land. You might not be familiar with Dale, but I just want to let you know pretty much everything's a mimic down there.
Understandable. And with less than a blink of an eye, her trajectory alters just enough that you can kind of get a feel for where she's going, and it's just outside of, Dale's limits.
Wise. They've been traumatized enough lately.
Have they?
Oh, give them a little bit more. Why not?
Cute.
Me. So, Sarissa, in all of her majesty and glory, very quickly, like, she slows practically to a hover. And it's so fast. It's so instantaneous, almost instantaneous, but it's not jarring. It doesn't make you, like, lose your grip or fall off or even really feel the G-forces attached to such a rapid descent. And then the next thing you hear is a loud thud of giant claws landing.
Wait a minute. Where's Chaw though? Did she move Chaw out of her hind legs? Because doesn't she land on those?
Yep.
If she chucked him just like in the Hulk picture there, that would have been satisfactory.
She lands.
Child loves feeling the beating of the wings and the wind like blasting the ground below them. It's just like, wow!
Because, like I said, she was able to come to a hover, so, or landing.
Oh, that's right.
Child will drop and roll to the side.
Stop, drop, and roll.
Whoosh.
Yep. Oh, all right. Well, I might as well get off here before you're carrying all of us on your back.
Yes. Probably a good idea to get off at the dragon's back. Don't want to overstay our welcome.
Disembark.
How was that for you, Opal?
Hmm?
The ride, how was it for you being up on the dragon?
It was very nice. I haven't exactly been able to ride on the back of flying creatures very often, or at all.
So I
it
gotta
was a nice
switch
first
the
experience.
scene.
Oh, that's good. It didn't look like Niavara and
Not that one.
Kozik were having such a great time.
Mm,
Where is it?
I think that has more to do with their upbringing than anything else.
Where is it? I have so many scenes open. It's insane. You don't even know.
In any case,
I was walking back over to you, all like legs all wobbly and kind of hasn't
How
accustomed
you
himself
doing,
back to.
Shaw?
Oh man! Oh wow! Bucket list. I can just check off the bucket list, let alone a thing on the bucket list.
That was
Gee.
amazing. That was amazing watching her throw you up.
Sarissa, you're awesome. Thank you.
She just nods her head. This one? Not that one.
What?
So
Gotta find my
Zed, were
scene.
you saying that this whole, like, the ground we're standing on right now is a mimic? Did I hear that?
Right. If you look at
Scene.
like this little stump over here, he's
Yeah.
gonna gesture to one that's off to the right, just kind of like out on the tree line. Like that stump versus this stump right over here next to that big old stone. They might look similar, but well, I'm not suggesting you get too close to that one because well, we probably haven't met it yet. But if you wait and you just watch very closely near the ground line, you can actually see it breathing
oh,
ever so
wow.
slightly.
interesting.
Are you saying only one of them is alive, but the other one's not?
Well, right, the one that's over there, and he's gonna point like out in the distance, away from town, like in the tree line.
Uh-huh.
They might look the same, but the closer you get, like I said, if you focus very carefully, you might see him maybe quiver slightly, or you know how if you're watching like a little cat sleep, and you see their stomach just move ever so
Wow.
slightly as they breathe. If you again, don't get too close, but if you focus on it, you can see that these aren't quite like the rest.
Wow.
And I would say with your Nat 20 nature check, when mimics choose to turn into an item, they are practically indistinguishable. But you just happen to roll very well. So you're like pointing out, yeah, you see this rock is breathing? Everybody else is like, what?
Oh.
That's amazing. So if we can perceive them breathing, then we know it's a mimic.
And
Well-
you all can hear it. And then you see a pair of legs pop out of, you're just pointing at a rock or a stump? You're
I
pointing
was
at-
I was referencing multiple.
Okay. So there's a rock that just grows legs and just goes and just starts waddling into the town.
Oh, look at that little sentry.
It looks like shift change.
Oh, the speed
Hey, I wonder
bumbling under her foot.
what they call the place now.
Why would it have a new name?
Dale was the asshole keeping them under lock and key and starving them
Oh,
so that they would kill people for him.
oh, no
It was pretty
kidding.
bad. This entire town was enslaved by
So did all
someone
of you
who would
free
make
them?
it.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
was
Nice
pretty much-
work.
As I remember, it was pretty much all Kozik, right? At least
Totally
Well,
Kozik.
when we came out of Dale's
The
place.
townspeople delivered the coup de grace themselves.
I seem to recall us having a very spirited argument about what to do with Dale, and
Ay, ay, ay.
Raoul's idea took after some of my worst impulses. I can't say I
Right.
disagree with it though. In the end, we let the mimics have him.
That was epic. We were
Raoul?
talking about giving him a fair trial or seeing what the town would want to do with Dale once we captured him. So we kept him alive, took him
Mhm.
back to the mimics. But we had a compatriot at the time who was a denizen of this world also. And he just took it upon himself to pervade Dale with the smell of delicious meat with a spell and then chuck him out to the mimics who then devoured him.
Bones and all.
Okay.
Terrifying.
Even boulettes aren't that clean with their meals. I thought it was great.
Dale was a piece of work.
Piece
Wow.
of
A good reminder why you should not make deals with the devil.
Mm-hmm.
Just to make sure
And in
I
the end,
have
we
that
were
map
hailed as
still.
liberators.
No,
It all
no.
worked
You were Kozik.
Ah, I bet they don't even remember me by now.
What did Kozik do?
Nothing.
Kozik was pretty much just the first one out the door after after they ate Dale, and so he was kind of a representation for the rest of the party, I would say, in
I
their
used
eyes.
my political side to kind of give a nice speech and address the people. So
Ah,
Just
So
picture
in this
OOC.
town, Kozik is a golden god.
I was gonna say
shit.
OOC is like we're starting to walk toward the town, and Kozik's like as he's saying, they probably don't even remember me. There's like banners hung. There's like a statue being made in the center of town.
The town has been renamed Deep Shaft.
You're
Oh,
right, right.
Oh my god. That's just like in Firefly, the episode of Jamestown.
right.
That's great.
The town of Deep Shaft.
It does in fact have a deep shaft that we had to descend into.
It has a lot of
Cha's
implications.
Yeah.
Cha's gonna take it upon himself to explain to Sarissa what we did here in more detail about finding the people under the influence of Dale, who was a humanoid who had made a deal with the Infernal Ones for wealth and power, and had enslaved the mimics here, who are trying to actually connect with other settlements and live with society and not apart from them. And that we, in our search to find Dale, we came across the dragon we're taking her to.
Oh.
Actually, that would be a
And I
good thing to
suppose he's
explain to
also
Sari.
filling in. He's filling this in for Sari and Opal as well, because they've maybe heard references, but not the whole story.
Map.
This is also where we came upon our friend Max, who was a captain. We found out later was a captain of an astral ship, and we were rescuing his crew, who had been captured by Dale as well. He had joined us for a short time while we rescued his crew. And we're not sure if he's here in town, but he did say he was coming back here to try to rebuild his astral ship.
My scene is missing. Uh-oh. I
Is it-
see.
Oh wait. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm good. I answered my own question in my head.
Well, it would seem they are here and not starving, so that's a start. Yes?
And potentially you could be a business contact for them, since they wanted to start connecting in a mercantile way with other settlements. If that is interesting to you and your shop and your friend. What is your friend's name, by the way?
I'd prefer him to disclose that. Names have power.
Sure. True.
This is true.
Seeing a map.
I suppose we would take her to the shop, because that was kind of the one mimic we'd really connected with, right? And kind
Yeah.
of start there.
OOC has Sarissa transformed back into a human at this point?
Not yet.
Okay.
Did I delete that
Personally,
map?
Cha, I don't think it would matter to the mimics whether she was in dragon form or not. So he's
Thought
not
I had it.
trying to encourage her to be humanoid, but that's just Cha. I don't know if the rest of you feel that way.
Oh, I was just walking through town going to a shop. I was worried about her size.
To get into the shop, she would have to become smaller. That's true. Or maybe not. The door is like a mouth. So maybe it can get really wide and it doesn't matter.
Where are we
Cha
going?
would also like to keep an eye out for the little girl now that we kind of know Niavara's situation. To see if we spot her. Like Cha would also whisper to Niavara, Niavara, are you okay? Like, is your twin might be here? Certainly the little girl might not even know that she did anything that might have caused you upset. Like, how do you want to handle that?
And Niavara sort of is already on the lookout, like vigilant, and she's sort of peers over to Cha and she's like, I'm not sure how I'm going to handle the girl. I don't want to hurt her. She's just a child. Scare her half to death, maybe. That might be on the table. A little good traumatizing vis-a-vis, never hurt anyone long term.
We could always just give her another teddy bear.
That might kill her, if it's the one you're thinking of.
I'm just playing.
Yeah, if we
Um,
find
And if it is, I do see my twin here. And she takes out one knife and she's like, you know.
You gonna stab me before you even talk?
Depends on how aggressive she is out the gate. I said,
That
if
one.
she wants the drought treatment, I will give her the drought treatment.
Well, she'll sure learn the culture that she missed.
Very quickly.
Gosh.
Niavara, to an extent I understand, but to a different extent
s-
I don't.
Where I had this map.
Hmm.
Well,
Though, as all of you know, I am not my father's biological child, I still am aware that I do have a sibling of sorts. I have not been able to meet this sibling, but I would still like to meet them without
You do?
hostile intent.
I haven't yet met them.
that one.
Yeah, where are they?
My
Would be in
father
here. It
did
got
not have the
deleted.
best relationship with
Ugh.
the child's mother.
Oh,
Okay.
so. And she considers her words very carefully. In the back of her mind, the title that first comes to her attention is Deadbeat Dad. But she has a feeling this is not what he is, considering his relationship with Opal.
Hmm.
So she considers it further, and she goes, okay. So he slept around and pissed off his baby mama?
From what he has told me.
how
That's
vulgar.
better. That's after
Essentially.
thinking about it.
That's
I'd
after
like to hear-
thinking about it.
I'd like to hear the unconsidered response.
Yeah, right?
From what little he has told me on the matter, yes. Aside from that, my father is a very reclusive man. He doesn't exactly like going to cities. And I'm not sure what he did to get on her bad side anyway.
He was the vacation boyfriend?
We've all had one of
Niavara
those.
actually saying that.
Niavara has
not the one.
spent the majority of her life, like, when she says she's spied, she more means that she embeds herself in a culture, specifically the nightlife. So her knowledge of these terms is very narrowly tailored to what she's overheard.
Regardless, I do not think the child that was excluded from my father's life would want to murder me in spite of the fact that they never got to meet their father.
Well,
And I
It was a
doubt
different
that.
situation.
Oh, I'm thoroughly aware. I doubt that whoever your twins is will want to murder you outright.
Yeah,
And
goddamn,
if they
at least
do,
to
we could
talk.
always cast Thunderwave on them.
I
I,
imagine she'd be pretty curious.
I will
I'm an only
simply
child. I can't even imagine.
point out the specific reason that I'm twins with her, and she puts little air quotes around the word twin,
Uh-huh.
is because I was put into her cradle as a babe, and magically I was granted the ability to steal her face.
Oh,
Most
Yeah.
people really don't like that, from what I understand.
And from what I understand, beings of the flesh don't exactly start forming memories from the moment they are a meat toddler. So
No.
please. Why would
But-
they have any bad feelings towards you? Wouldn't that anger be directed at your parents?
Exactly.
she might not know if she's in league with her parents about this or not.
Most
How?
stories about changelings imply that the entire reason we're placed with them is not because we're too young, but rather because we're too old.
What?
Some
Well,
stories
I've read
about
stories
us
about them.
say that
Yeah.
Fae will put their elderly with will replace their elderly with a babe.
Oh.
Aha.
Oh.
I had that
How
map.
old are you feeling, Neovara?
Ooh, I
19.
was freaking out.
Hmm.
Usually for some sinister or mysterious plot. Even the
Oh, that
changeling
too.
child
Oh,
doesn't know.
thank goodness.
But
Hmm.
do they know? Like, is there like an inborn knowledge of your purpose for being exchanged?
And Neovara looks over at Cha, raises an eyebrow. And she's like, Mr. Rafiki, do you have an inborn knowledge of your purpose in this universe?
To get clasped between the claws of a dragon and soar above the clouds!
That's about what I should have figured.
Hmm.
The answer is no.
I feel as if that question would have been better thrown at me. Which in that case, the answer is still no.
No, I
In-
That's
don't.
true. I don't know. I don't know.
Just with your passive perceptions, you'd probably even be walking past, hanging out near the spot, a tiny little scorch mark on the ground from a particular scenario you encountered out here before.
That's right. Who did that? Was that God, I'm forgetting.
That was the
Someone
butler.
did
Oh, now that's a
Oh,
pleasant
that's right, in
memory.
the forest, right.
When we tripped him
And got
to
him.
start the fight.
Yeah.
That's right, you led him out there to murder him and accomplished it.
We put our skills to good use and had a great time of it. To be very fair, he was just a fucking devil. That was working in cahoots with Dale. Totally had it coming. Oh right, I was cursed here briefly, and then Cha, you fixed it.
Learning interesting things about all of you.
I believe it was Raul.
Yeah, I don't think Shaw was there for that. Ironically, I had to miss that session.
It was
No,
like
we
a
were facing
magic
a double.
weapon or something like that.
Yep.
A cursed item.
Oh yeah,
Got
there was.
slashed
what was
with it.
that? Somebody, yeah, was it Raul that like healed her? Or...
Creative use of things. Yes.
Was that the one where you had the plasmoid with you? That might have been that session.
I don't think he was in that episode. Good question. So, as you guys are, reminiscing about your adventures in Dale, or a town formerly known as Dale. Sarissa does take the time to shrink her body down and take a more humanoid form, less bulky, less cumbersome in a sense. But she doesn't take
Wow.
on the form that she had before with like the long red hair.
So she looks more like a dragonborn than a human.
Actually, sir,
Oh. Oh, okay.
Oh, you got a picture? Okay, so she's like her dragon humanoid version. Similar coloring and everything. Is that kind of your hair color,
Wow,
Niabara?
it's beautiful.
That was probably the hair color she had while it was teal. Thankfully, it's back to normal.
Right. Just like platinum.
Drow white.
Just white.
Hmm.
so you said there was something important to show me?
Oh, I would jump in here, but I don't have any information because I wasn't with this group when they were going through here.
Are we introducing her to the shopkeep?
Yeah, we're gonna
Kozik?
go by the shopkeep.
What
Or
shop
we
is
can-
it?
As good as a place as any to start.
Well, technically it's not a shop at all, it just looks like one. But this was the first mimic that we came upon who told us of
midday.
his plight. Very difficult for him to even describe to us what was going on because of the charm over him of control. It was a very strange situation. But we figured out the situation in Dale and then took care of it. So this would be a good place to start.
Yes, let's see if his tongue is able to be any looser now. Haha.
Haha. And Kozik, you can definitely feel the mimic box that you have is stirring just a little bit more. Just more excited.
I give it a little tap. I'm a little embarrassed that I'm interacting with the box, but it seems like I give it a little tap. Like, good box.
Head pat the mimic.
That's yeah.
Oh, it's come home. It's happy to be home. Maybe it has family members here. We could let it go see its family.
Its home is with us on the
And-
eternal road.
And all of our
Ah.
stuff. Yeah, you
Holding
should
our
let it go home.
Is this where you picked it up? Your mimic?
It was given to us as a gift.
It was a present, yeah.
Hmm.
Here in this town.
Perhaps sort of a diminished cousin to one of these types, but I think it belongs with us.
Niavara is like sort of peering over at Kozik, like, I am reminded why I didn't want us to tell you any of this.
What irony.
Diminished
So-
cousin.
Sarissa just holds a hand up. Well, lead on.
Hmm.
Okay, Chow's gonna walk up to the door, quote unquote. And
Yeah, you guys are
knock
much
on it.
friendlier. You guys are friendlier with this shopkeep than I ever was willing to be. So
What's the name of the place and the shopkeep? What's the name of this place? And
we
who's the shopkeep?
I don't think we got names, did we?
perhaps unpronounceable. I'm not sure.
It's
Oh, I see.
basically it's not a shop.
Oh, okay.
It's just a
Oh,
facade. It's a mimic. The shop is a mimic.
oh, okay. Wow.
Everything here is a mimic, so nothing is as it seems.
So you knock on the door.
Right.
Well, it's been
I
like
mean, it just
25
kind-
sessions since you've been here.
It kind of looks like average, everyday, normal, completely unassuming shop. But there's a sign
Uh,
above the door, and it just says Lloyd.
Oh, Lloyd, that was it. Lloyd.
That's not.
Lloyd! It's the fell company you came upon before. Can we talk?
The door's open.
Whoa.
Niavara goes inside.
Cha opens the door and lets everybody in.
Ah.
So you walk inside, and there is an assortment of like farming equipment, maybe like just sort of fairly mundane items, like adorning the walls, like farming equipment. It kind of seems like a general store, like a lot of knickknacks, a lot of just sort of random things. Maybe stuff people just didn't want anymore, and they just kind of just like, well, here you go. Here's some junk. There's a bucket over there. There's a shovel over there. Just kind of random stuff. Ah. Welcome, welcome.
Oh, Lloyd, it's so good to see you again. How is
It
your
is not the
we
museum.
have a couple new friends with us as well. This is Sari and this is Opal.
Nice to meet you, Lloyd.
Ah, a pleasure, a pleasure. What brings you back to the town of
and-
Maximilian?
That's
oh
great.
no.
That's a bad sign.
Oh my goodness.
Maximilian.
Maximilian.
How is Max doing,
Oh, man.
Lloyd?
Oh, out gallivanting, looking for ship parts, sending his quote-unquote crew to find more downed vessels to patchwork together whatever it is that he had before.
Ah. So he's still here.
I mean,
In a
a full
sense.
halter tongue.
In a
He
sense.
wasn't handing out little pieces of paper that said something about like an IOU.
Not to any of us.
Good. All right.
I think that was just for Zareth to get his pyramid scheme going.
Well, I just wanted to make sure it didn't continue on over here.
Oh no. Has he asked you to do anything strange? You hear?
No, he took his crew and went in search for flying ships.
Oh, so the crew's not here either, eh? They didn't salvage from the weird space underneath the house up there.
They could
I'm
only
not sure
bring
if
back
they
so
know
much.
about that.
Ah,
Sure.
gotcha. Say what?
I'm not sure if they know about that.
Oh, didn't we? I fig. Well, our friend here, Sarissa, Lloyd Sarissa.
Pleasure.
We wanted to show her some of the things we found inside of your previous mayor's abode, if you don't mind.
He shrugs. Not like anybody's using that place anyway.
Oh, really? You've been avoiding it? It's not a mimic, right? It's a regular house.
Yes.
Not even Maximilian. He hasn't moved in, has he?
He did briefly for a couple of days.
Not surprising.
Yep. It tracks.
And then?
And then he hasn't been back yet.
Huh.
Was it his idea to name the town after himself?
Well, he said Maximilian or Max and then flipped a coin.
Oh, God.
So either way, it would have been named after him.
Is it temporary? Is this a temporary name? And have you come up with your own name for your own town?
The council is still working on that.
Oh, thank the gods.
Lloyd's got a fairly decent
Hey,
ring to it.
Lloyd's. Yeah, I like that. You're
But
the new mayor,
cons-
right?
but consider this Maxtown. It has a nice ring to it.
Goodness.
All right, so
You
so
know
he
what?
was spreading
I'm
propaganda.
maxed out. How about that? Let's
Cha,
go.
Cha does some thieves' camp sign language to Niavara and Zed, and is just like, I loathe the thought that this town is named after Max's fake name.
Such
I
a
mean-
pity. yeah.
Maximilian
There's really
does have a
something I
better
don't know
ring
about
to it.
Something I really don't understand about this Max fella, the way you'll talk about him.
Well, we'll probably share a lot of details on the way down.
Is he an artificer of some sort?
was
Guess you could say
bard.
that.
He was
Hmm?
artificial, that's for sure. A bard. He was a bard.
Do you know the term bullshit artist?
I can put
right.
it together based on the words
Familiar
that
with
you're
that?
putting together.
Me, but worse.
Yeah.
I will hold my tongue and not say a word in regard to that.
I think we may have to liberate this town again.
Yes, from the name, this town. Again.
Let's
hope-
see how bad it is. And, if everything goes terribly.
Cha looks at Lloyd as like, seriously, please reconsider the name of this town.
I'll bring it up with the council.
Cool. Anyhow, and then Cha kind of leans in and looks back at Niavara. Is that little girl around who joined the party when we all came out and had some fun interactions with us?
The one who was half changeling, Niavara will specify.
Oh no.
No?
Nope.
Did they
Does she
leave
live
town?
here?
She's dead.
What?
Dead.
Surely
Oh.
you mean in the figurative sense, right? Like she's
Wait,
dead.
who's
to you.
dead?
Figurative.
Let's see, how would I convey this to you? Yes, I think things got lost in translation from, our mimic tongue. Here, let me show you. And you see a plank in the floor just kind of form a rough silhouette of that kid and a sword through his heart. Almost like playing a little bit of charades.
Oh my god.
Who are you talking about?
The little
The
girl.
little girl.
Oh, the little
Niavara
girl.
kneels. And she's
Oh,
like, who killed
gee.
her?
He kind of shrugs. I wish we knew.
Where was it done? Was it in
Wow.
town?
Just outside our borders.
Son of a bitch.
It was
And then the dagger
Max, wasn't
is
it?
Like, when? Oh, hold on. When was it, Lloyd? Is it recently?
Oh, I think it was just yesterday or so.
Whoa.
What?
It was just yesterday. That's very odd.
Is the sword through the heart, like, is it a very clear image? Could we get any details
No.
of it? Okay.
It basically is just him being like, oh, clearly there's something lost in translation. Let me show you. Kid, stabbed, dead.
One, where's her body? Number two,
Zed's gonna sign over to Cha, and I guess if Niavara knows the thieves can't sign by now, to her as well. and Zed's basically gonna say, "Are we sure that this timing really lines up, Niavora? When, like, you saw the kid, or we heard about the kid being in Zorith."
Mm, outside of their borders, that's the thing. N- Um,
Right, we had
and
to
she's sort of
we had to ride a dragon to get here. There's no way that if they weren't having some sort of similar transportation, that they'd be able to
Um,
get from Zorith to outside the border of Dale.
in
in
24.
that
Well, no, it wouldn't have been in that
Okay.
time frame. Sh if you
didn't
remember,
Tamara's agents just come across?
no, they had just come back.
Right.
She had
they
sent them
hadn't?
out the day
Over
before.
24 hours.
Right, but it had been 24 hours, and then we left as soon as we got the information.
Yes.
So it's not even been 24 hours since you learned that she was seen in Zorith.
Oh, yeah, right.
And that would have
But
been
if
within
if
24 hours of us being in Zorith.
if the sisters saw the agents, which she very well could have, it could have
Where's
been right then.
the little girl's body?
Well, it was scheduled to be buried, but we haven't. The oddity is we are not able to locate the body.
What do you mean?
You can't locate it. How do you know?
Was it
Well,
stolen?
where was it? Was it kept somewhere?
It was until it wasn't there anymore.
Somebody stole the body?
That's crazy.
Considering everything that he who shall not be named did to us, I wouldn't imagine we're on the brightest pillar in everybody's eyes.
Ugh.
Can you direct us towards where where her body was taken from?
Yes.
Who would kidnap? Who would take the body after killing her?
You can't ask any questions if a body's not there, Niavara says curtly.
Oh, right.
There's a dwarven proverb: "No body, no crime."
That's well,
That's horrifying to find out, Kozak. Thank you.
Wow, Kosik,
This-
jeez.
the spell Speak with Dead. It can answer a lot of questions about what happened to her.
Right. I got the cryptic intimation of that, but I'm glad you shared it with everybody.
If I was a more powerful cleric, I might be able to actually bring her back, but barring that.
If only.
Oh
But you need
my
the body to do that.
goodness. This is
Need the body to
shocking. Maybe we can communicate with Tamara somehow, because she still had agents looking out for this situation. Maybe they would know more if we run into them.
Are you saying that to Lloyd or to the group?
He's saying it in Thieves' Cant to Zed and
Okay.
Niavara. Anyway. Yes, can we see where the body was?
Yeah, well, I can't really leave this spot here, but here.
All right.
And you see, let's see here. You see like a shovel just grow legs and grow some arms. Show them where the body was. You know. I mean, you love taking the form of a shovel. You may as well just you know the drill. And the shovel does a salute and starts walking out the door, quote unquote door.
Chaw looks back at Lloyd and is like, Lloyd, your town is not judged because of this. Some nefarious creature did this vile murder, and we know it wasn't you, so don't worry about it. You're in the clear. We're going to try to get to the bottom of it.
Well, tell that to the dead kid if ever you find the body.
Got it.
Hey,
Follow
Khalees.
the shovel.
Thank you for the sub. 2 months in a row. Appreciate you. Woo woo.
Zed's gonna thieves can't again to specifically to Neovara, but I mean we can all. I guess the three of us can just see it and perceive it.
That's
I
right. Get shot
don't-
out.
don't mean for this to be insensitive, but I feel like it's probably pertinent. Do you happen to know of anything odd or special that might happen to changelings when they die?
And she sighs and she's like, well, actually, that
Oh,
is one of our best
weird.
qualities is that
Sound played and it cut out.
we don't give up our forms involuntarily.
That was weird.
You assume a form and you keep it.
Play that again.
Even in death.
And no one would be able to manipulate that, let's say.
Mm-mm. Not that I know of. I mean, you've seen
Right.
me passed out. Like, you've seen me get knocked out. And you saw that I didn't change forms.
Right, I just meant like if someone else wanted to be nefarious and redisguise the body, that's not really a possibility. Just ruling it out.
I mean, you can talk about some sort of like. That's like a hypothetically saying, like, oh, yeah,
Scene.
couldn't the king
the
be
scene
dead
ready.
upon his throne? Like, yes, but
Appreciate
you
you,
get
Khalees,
a
by
lot
the
of
way.
different questions about like stuff like the body, like the scent of the body, like decay.
Make sure
Changeling
I
abilities are basically muscular, if you will.
All
So they are
that.
impacted by rigor mortis. We don't,
Okay.
like I said, I don't think without
Next
us
scene is
being
ready.
alive, you can't really make us take or untake the form.
Right, I just
So if she
it
died,
sounds
she'd
like-
look like she did.
sounds
the
like
last
we're
we
not
saw her.
gonna, walk right
Secondly,
past whoever we're looking for, so to speak. So I just wanted to make
And
sure that we know what we're looking
this-
for.
Yeah, this is probably the most sad. I actually don't know how her being half mimic would have impacted her ability to be a changeling. She didn't have a form. She looked like a changeling that's like not disguised, like a becomer, as well as being part mimic. It could be that by being half and half, she didn't have much of the powers of either.
But everybody else who's not capable of interpreting thieves can't. This town is
Yeah.
lively. There's people outside. There's men, women alike. They're just kind of having conversations amongst themselves. There's like animals, like little pets running around, maybe a chicken here and there. It's a nice little homely place to be.
It is certainly
Absolutely
different.
nothing whatsoever seems awkward or out of place. It's almost too
Nice.
perfect.
Oh, you had
That-
to say that, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm with sorry. Now all of the doubts have been embedded.
I
into
was
my
like,
mind.
oh, it's such a great place. And he says, too perfect.
I mean, for those of you who
Says
haven't
out
been here
loud,
before.
Hmm?
it's like, it's nice to see them not all under the control of a horrible, nefarious creature.
This is, yes, that is nice to know.
And since you guys are walking through the middle of town, so a couple of them see you guys starting, making your way through the town, following the shovel, and a couple of them actually point at your group
I don't
And-
know who any of these people are.
Particularly, they seem to be pointing at Kozik, and then like there's whispers, and then like a couple
Oh.
of them, they kind of, they run and knock on a couple of doors of other individuals' homes, and then those people come out, and shortly, maybe within, I don't know, 3 to 5 minutes, there's this small crowd, and they're just like following you guys, and they're like cheering for Kozik.
Just wave politely,
It
everybody.
is Janestown.
You have this procession.
I kind of walk
like-
with a little bit of a practiced arrogance, but I want to keep it pretty casual, so I do wave and I kind of salute some of the more prominent looking citizens and the children. Of course, I
A little
wave.
more
To
Doing the-
prominent looking.
The parade wave,
Yep.
Yeah.
Zed's gonna see this, and obviously, at every opportunity to bolster Kozik's ego, he's seeing this as such an opportunity. So he's gonna point. I'm assuming we're kind of like going down the road in the middle of town, and there's like some houses on the left side of the street, houses on the right side of the street. Zed's gonna start pointing off on one side. He's like, "Oi, on 3, you all cheer Kozik." And opposite of that, he's going to point to the left. You all cheer Deep Shaft. Ready? And then he's gonna orchestrate a cheer going from through the town of, and it's like
Kozik.
Kozik, Deep Shaft,
Deep Shaft.
And I do the thing where whatever that gesture is, where you kind of clasp your hands together on one side of your head, and then you go to the other side like you've just won a great victory.
Nice. Zed's gonna nudge Kozik and kind of lean in and whisper, "Oh, it seems like they really forgot about you, mate."
Oh, better they remember me than Max. Grr.
I would prefer if the town was called the Deep Shaft for sure.
So Zed, give me a persuasion. Just actually, maybe perform. Yeah, that's more of a performance. Give me performance.
Did you say performance?
Yeah.
All right.
About average. Okay. I mean, I was just seeing how much extra. I mean, unless you wanted to spend a inspiration or
just-
something.
Just for fun. I mean, definitely go with performance because it makes sense. But
There you go.
What a great role that
Wow.
could have been.
yeah, well, I mean, my persuasion is up there. So you were like, "Yeah, give me persuasion." I was like, "Yes," and then you're like, "Yeah, performance." I was like, "Oh, okay."
Because
well."
you are trying to orchestrate a crowd to like cheering and whatnot. So I was like, you don't really need to persuade them into doing the thing. They're probably gonna.
Realistically, they're the ones performing. Am I right?
Yeah, they are performing, which is why it's which is brought on by you telling them to
Based off
perform.
of a bit, right? Based off of the conductor over here, who's got a 9.
So yeah, there's cheers, Kozik, Deep Shaft, and you swear down the street, like one of the houses you're about to walk past, just arms spread out the sides, and it does like the hands in the air.
Wow.
But just one. It could have been more, but just one.
Opal is going to think out loud really quickly. If they can grow to the size of a house, how quickly or how large can they get?
Oh, you don't want to
Hmm.
know.
That could
Right.
be a useful bit of information for later things. You know, when you guys said the entire town was mimics, I didn't really fully think about
mean,
what that would
like-
entail.
Everything. Here.
Yep, because as you guys are creating a parade, it's not just houses. The chairs that are sitting outside start standing up and following. Some of the like rugs outside of the houses start growing legs and changing forms into like smaller individuals. and just cheering and following.
Here's some
I wanna-
appropriate music.
I want to insight check Sarissa as far as her reaction to all of this. Part of that insight, and you could go with the former over the latter, but when
That's
she
great,
went back
Chuck.
to her her humanoid form, she's in a different form now than when we met her in Zareth.
Yep, and she
And it
seems
just
a
kinda-
lot more. Oh, sorry, continue.
Well, it just kind of dawned on me. It's like there's a reason why she's in this form now versus the form she was in Zareth. So, again, I can roll 2 insights. I really want to see what her reaction is to all of this, and like our party being, cheered through
Celebrated.
town. But then I'm also curious as to why she might have been in disguise. It's seemingly in Zareth.
Hmm.
Oh, damn.
Because she said that she didn't want to give us the name of the beholder that was there, who was also in disguise. She showed us her true form once we left town, and then now showing us a completely different form once she's out of Zareth.
Hmm.
She's a tough one to read, actually.
Okay. That tracks.
Yeah, she just seems to be taking in what's going on currently. Maybe a quirked eyebrow, just kind of seeing houses sprouting arms and chairs moving on their own.
There used to be a dwarven character named Pee Wee, and this is sort of like his playhouse. Sort
I think I read
of
stories
a
about
Baba
that.
That's
Yaga
so
sort of figure.
cute.
Yeah, she has a bonus. Yeah, she could beat his insight. So yeah, are you continuing towards where the shovel's going? Or are you wanting to bring all of these folks to the scene of a stolen body? Like,
Oh, good
how
point.
does this
Oh, yeah.
How does this affect your pathing?
Good
Chaw's gonna
question.
God, I didn't
whisper
think
in
about that.
Kozik's ear. He's gonna be like, Kozik, why don't you give him a good speech to appease them?
Opal's going to lean over to Chaw's here and go, why don't we just have Kozik distract them while we all move as a group? We could leave 1 or 2 people with Kozik.
Right. I could stay here if you like, and Kozik and I can kind of branch off, and then
Yeah, we'll glad
The
hand
rest
these
of us
people.
could go. We'll go investigate where the body was taken. That's a good
Exactly.
idea. Sure. Okay.
Sound good, everybody?
Perfect.
I'm imagining
Split
since
the
we never
party.
rolled it.
Yeah, split the party.
I'm assuming since you made this joke or this point earlier, DM, you
Very
never
good.
rolled a stealth check, so I'm just imagining the entire parade of people is just in a circle around us as we're whispering.
Yep, but part of all of the interaction and the cheers and the jeers are make it a little bit easier for you to mask a conversation, though. There's something to be said about it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I know that wouldn't have been the case with our current scenario, but it was just an image in my mind. But no,
Oh, see, all of the little all these little strings or whatever it always says never split up. Never
we're
let
gonna
the
split
group
the party.
split. And we've been a few times.
Cute seemed to be having internet issues. No problem.
yeah, to your point, sorry, that's definitely like a trope of D&D. Players love splitting up, and it's just kind of the DM sitting back in the shadows, rubbing their hands together. But
Boy.
Yeah, Sorry. As a DM myself, I have had the party split itself multiple times, and each and every time they do something incredibly stupid that puts
It
themselves
does
in
look like a
danger.
good setup,
Okay, I think
Like, oh yeah,
and yet we
my
keep
connection's
splitting up.
stabilizing.
yeah. Hey, it'll be fine.
Wait.
It'll be fine.
Exactly.
Sometimes it's okay. Sometimes
Okay.
it's all right.
Yeah, like for example, one of the ideas or one of the moments that came to my head was I believe it was 2 players went into a secret underground lab that had seemingly been abandoned. But as soon as they entered, the lights came on for them. Or wait, no. The lights in this entire lab were off. And they never noticed.
Okay.
Or they barely noticed as they were exploring the rest of the lab that
Okay,
after a
connection
while,
stable.
the lights in the facility turned on for no reason. None of them had rolled high enough to notice that there were people coming down the stairs. Needless to say, they were almost caught and almost immediate and almost had a very bad encounter.
All right, connection stabilized.
Awesome.
So let's see, where are we at? So it sounds like you guys are splitting the party.
Yep, splitting the party. I believe it is Kozak and Zed and everybody else.
So
splitting in
Kozak and Zed
3-2.
were going to go with Sarissa?
Sarissa's gonna go with whoever is gonna be heading towards the location of the intended plan.
You know what? I'm actually Neovar will speak up and she'll sort of collect herself and she'll be like, okay, I don't intend to need very long. I just want to double check the environment, do a quick little read of the area, collect any evidence that I can, so that after we visit our dragon friend, we can go on and try and locate whatever happened to this poor little girl. Because it sounds like she met an end relating to, well,
Right.
point being,
Implied.
I'd much rather just double check the area first. We're probably not going to be able to find many things anyway. But I just want to see what we're dealing with first. And then we can all head together and deal with the dragon. Is that all right by you, Sarissa?
She just nods. As you're, she may, you know, you're in a crowd and there's a lot of people talking, there's a lot of cheering, so she's just like, yeah. I could totally hear what you're saying with all these people cheering and yelling around us.
We'll be right back.
We're going together.
Let's go.
Uh-huh.
So who's going to where?
I'm going with the rest of the group, not Kozak and Zed, to find the body.
Yeah, and Cha will go to investigate it as well.
All right. So the group, you know, you split off. You have Zed and Kozak go down one street, to which the crowd follows, leaving you guys with, you know, I wouldn't say the utter silence, but it's definitely a juxtapose of sound from a crowd cheering and chanting and woo-hooing to just sort of the sound disappearing in the distance kind of thing. The shovel does not seem perturbed. It's just kind of it was just sort of waiting for you guys to follow it.
My goodness, I can see why my My brother told me that we have left quite an indelible mark that is public.
Quite public.
And the shovel basically leads you to a little spot just outside of town. And it's like this little old shed. It kind of looks like a makeshift like a graveyard, but you know, mimics. They do something probably a little bit differently when they die. But it was, you probably get the feeling it was really just for conveying some sense of normality.
Right.
So there's a shack or a shed, you said?
Yeah, just like a little shed.
Is the shed, Cha's gonna kind of knock on the shed. Are you conscious?
No response. And it's like this little wooden shed.
Cha looks at the shovel. Hey, little buddy, can you talk? Is this one of your kin?
It shakes.
Oh. So they had a real shed on the outside of town.
Because why would a mimic want to put a dead mimic inside of a mimic? Akin to somebody saying, hey, your family member died. Do you mind if we put them inside of you?
Wow. Wonder how many of these structures in this town, quote unquote, are like physical structures versus mimic.
And if we'll ever know.
Whoever killed her must have known that this was not one of them, because they wouldn't know. Nobody could say who did the deed. Well, let's investigate, everybody.
Yep.
Yeah,
the
Var
smarter
should
members
take
of our
point
party.
on this. Yeah.
Well, no, because Niavara is not particularly an investigative person. She's a perceptive person, but as far as can be seen, she's not doing her best here, besties. But that's why she has Opal here, because Opal is smart.
Ah,
I think
I
Var
see
is
what
pretty
you want.
So
smart.
everybody look around for
Fuck.
clues.
I have the highest modifier, and yes.
Yeah,
Actually,
sorry.
no, that's still Neovara.
Sorry, look around for anything suspicious.
No, that's
Blood
my
or
perception check, bestie.
footprints or...
Yikes. Sorry's really bad at it.
Oh my goodness.
We are
This
all
is why we
Today,
don't
anyway.
separate the party.
So Cha... Oh, I don't have inspiration.
Niavara does. Niavara is going to give it to Opal on
Yeah,
account of the
Opal,
fact
you've
that
got a
Opal
good
has the
modifier.
highest modifier.
Oh, yours
Actually,
is
no,
pretty good,
Opal
though.
has inspiration.
You
No,
have
that-
you have a higher one than she does, right?
No, I don't. That's my perception modifier.
Oh, that's
my
perception.
investigation.
Gotcha.
Opal,
Sorry, what?
will you use your your inspiration, or do you want me to
Inspiration.
give you mine?
No, I can do it. Inspiration. Here we go. That's
Now
better.
we're
Yeah,
talking.
that's better.
Wait, Cha, you said you didn't have one?
Right. I used it
thought-
last time.
He gave it to Kozik, I think, today.
to
No, to
He
No,
gave,
I
he
gave
gave
it-
his
it was last
inspiration
I
to,
mean, let's
Opal.
take a look at,
Opal. That's right.
but I thought that's
Right.
because you had one.
and it's fine anyways.
No, I gave it last time to I forgot what I did it for. It was for some check.
It's not a big deal. I just thought you had one,
Oh right.
which is why you gave it up earlier.
Anyways, a 21 to investigation. Looking for any evidence of what Nirvara wants to find.
So, you make your way into the shed. It's not really locked. So you just walk in and start looking around. And inside it looks like, there's probably like a casket or two. It's nothing too impressive. It's pretty bare, honestly. I mean, there's like wood floor, there's, wood walls, wood roofing, a couple of caskets. You probably get the feeling they don't really have to deal with burying people very often. So there's a lot of like cobwebs and just like dirt all over the place. However, with a 21, let's see. Yeah, you're just kind of looking around. Are you looking like in the cast? Like, where are you looking? Let's figure that out.
I guess the question is, everybody, where are we looking?
Child point out, check out the caskets, look for tracks around the
yes.
shed. Try to see if anything is out of place or broken or
if somebody left something behind.
Yeah, any
Yep.
clues, any fabrics,
I'm
any
going to
weaponry?
be. Opal will be looking for anything that is recently out of place, or that looks like it's been, I don't know, within like the last week disturbed, or moved, or changed in any way.
I mean,
Or
the
a
lids
scrap
on
of
the
fabric that got left on a corner of something.
Oh yeah, that
or-
too.
I mean, there's the lids on the caskets. They're closed.
Child will crack open one of the caskets and ask Opal to check it out.
Crack open a cold one, why don't we?
Oh no! And Niavara will also aid stuff by casting, not spell magic. That is not the spell I meant to cast. I thought that read detect magic. That is my fault.
Yeah.
Do you have to detect magic, Niavara?
I do.
Now, are you casting it as a ritual?
Why is it having me cast both detect magic and ceremony?
Maybe just a misclick.
I don't know how you would have clicked them at the same time, though, is like my question. That's funny.
That is large.
No, Niavara probably just wants answers sooner than later.
Let's see here. Within 30 feet of you, if you sense it in this way. So it gives you a sense of a presence, but it doesn't lock you in on where it would be. Got it. Let's see. Blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch common metal, thin sheet of lead, 3 feet of wood or dirt. Oh, okay. So you cast detect magic. Feel free to describe what that looks like.
So while Opal is veering around the place, Niavara grabs out her mirror. And again, what she does with it is that she taps on it, focusing on like harmonizing the energy in the room to find like the paths that are laid out before her by the energy around her. And then she opens her eyes to look around, like what she sees before her.
There's definitely something magical within 30 feet.
Oh.
What school of magic is it?
Illusion.
Oh.
Illusion. And you can't tell where it is? Is that what it said?
You
According to
can
the
use your
spell.
action to see a faint
There's a
or
see a
around
faint
any
aura.
visible
be
So, yeah.
visible. If it's not visible, you wouldn't know where it was. You would just have a presence.
Correct.
Okay. So it's within 30 feet.
So,
But
with
that coupled with Opal's 21, Opal, you
Yes.
you chopped open the casket and you looked around, and as an artificer, you create things. You've built things before. So the first thing you start thinking of is, well, you think of a couple things. One would be either, if I were looking for clues, they would either be blatantly obvious from somebody who's being, extremely reckless, or very well hidden.
This is true.
There's usually not much in between. So with that, you bust open the casket and you look around, and you're pretty sure, you're definitely sure that there is a small piece of this casket that got ripped out but covered up.
This casket has been disturbed. A piece of it is missing. Replaced, though.
If Niavara looks inside the casket, does she see any magic residue? Is this where the source of it's coming from?
Let's see. That you can see. No, not yet.
Right, because there's going to be a faint aura coming from whatever it is.
So, you know what? Rare moment of Niavara completely losing her fucking composure. Niavara is going to start tearing this fucking place apart.
Niavara, unless you wish to look like a potential, I believe the word is necrophiliac, please contain yourself.
I'm not touching any of body. There are no other bodies in here. The matter is, I look like I'm looting the place. It's not necrophiliac. It's being a grave robber.
That is almost as bad.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
We're getting to the bottom of a murder.
I
We
am.
need
Of
to
a
check
little
around here.
10-year-old girl.
What? Here, do you
Opal's
want me to
going to
smash in
help.
that little panel or something? What are we trying to get at here?
Something I think we should be careful about is letting whoever is responsible know about our investigating. For most other people in this town, it will look like that. Wouldn't look like a grave robbing, wouldn't you agree? But for whoever is responsible, what do you think this would look like?
Think they would come back here?
I think they already did. I think that's where the body went.
Opal's going to
I
look
mean, once
at the
they
piece of casket that's been removed.
once the people of the town discovered there was a murder, surely there was going to be an investigation. So I don't think they're going to come back here.
They think that she was just murdered by some random adventurer.
Adventurers do tend to do that, don't they?
You said there was an illusion, so something's trying to hide something?
Yes, there's illusion magic around here somewhere, which is what I'm trying to find.
So sorry,
And there was
Opal,
a
you said you were
panel, you said?
Opal's
doing
going to be inspecting the casket that had a piece removed from it.
So are you touching it? I just need to know if you're touching it.
I'm gonna do an Arcana check on it to make sure I'm not touching like a curse of self-explode or something.
There's nothing on. I just didn't
I
know
can
if you was
smack it
touching
with my staff
15,
if you don't want
not
to touch
terrible.
anything.
You're totally sure that this is 100% definitely not gonna blow up.
Awesome. Opal will touch it cautiously.
And it 100% definitely does not blow up.
Awesome.
Whew.
So you go to touch it, and the piece of coffin just kind of chips off. revealing a
piece-
small
a piece.
compartment inside
Oh.
Oh, that's
with a
fun.
piece of parchment that is wrapped and
Parchment.
sealed.
Opal will check out what's on the parchment, or Opal will unwrap it and will check what is on it.
Well, before you unwrap it, Cha will be like, "Hold on, look at the seal. What is it?
Right,
You
the
recognize
seal.
it?"
Do you have a picture of what's on it? Or a description?
Looks like a drider.
Ah,
What's a
fuck.
drider?
It is
Spider
the
lady.
Spider person.
spider person.
What's
Yeah,
And
Uh,
that's what's on the seal?
Is that where the illusion magic is coming from, or is not yet?
The illusion magic is coming from this piece of parchment.
Niavara takes it.
Hey, I found that.
Did leave you a message again.
Niavara is going to quickly
Oh,
do
but we'll
like a
get you
little
another one.
investigation check of the parchment. How does she think it works?
So you open the parchment, and it just looks like somebody's old bucket list. Like a shopping list.
Does Niavara get the impression that she's gonna have to burn this again?
Yeah, probably.
She left you a message again. She knew you would come here.
And so Niavara does in fact use her sacred flame.
Oh yeah, don't burn it.
You have to burn it to see the message, remember? The other one?
Yeah. Fair. If it just turns out to be a piece of paper and you just burn it, I will laugh.
It's a magic piece of paper.
Alright, Opal will let everything go through.
Don't worry, we'll get you a magic scroll for yourself.
I will be able to make myself one soon enough.
That's not the same thing. We need to find one, a special one that you can burn.
So Niavara burns this thing. What happens?
A secondary message. Enjoy that DM. Secret message.
Son of a bitch. Do you think this is your twin, or do you think it's somebody screwing with you, Niavara?
Fun fact, if I do break off a small piece of myself, for example on the tip of my finger, I can turn it into a very, very sharp blade.
That is a fun fact. Good to know.
You could see the exact moment where Niavara's like anger sort of crests. And she balls her fists up.
What's it,
And-
Nuvara?
Was there something there? Want to share it or keep it to yourself?
I think it's my twin. I think, and she's the one who murdered her.
Why?
Okay. So I think we can all agree
What?
now that this person is an irredeemable monster who murdered a child.
Shit.
Cha leans in. Niavara, is it possible that someone is trying to make you think this is your twin, or for sure this is the twin? I'm just curious.
Yeah, what's it say? What makes you think that?
What lost is a child who cannot keep her mouth shut. After all, what they put me through is because of you. Why not make use of what they turned me into?
Oh shit.
Would you read that again?
She accuses me of being on the wrong trail and says I need to let the chase be more interesting. I'm looking in the wrong corner for the answers. A cold trail. Unfortunate you of all people know how to keep your trail clean and untracked. What lost is a child who cannot keep her mouth shut.
Wow.
After all they
Shit.
put me through is because of me. Why not make use of what they turned me into?
So now we know your parents are monsters and they've made your twin into a monster.
What does she mean? Make use of what they turned you into?
What they
Turned you
turned
into a
her
weapon.
into.
Oh. That you should make use of what they turned your twin into.
Well,
Doesn't she
after
know
what
what
they
you were turned into?
and Neovara smiles. We're mirrors of each other after all. I look forward to taking credit for her face.
You wouldn't kill a child, though, Neovara.
No.
This person would look exactly like you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unless they've learned how to alter themselves somehow
I mean,
through being
It's
raised
not
by
out of
the
the question.
changelings.
disguise magic is not uncommon, and disguise kits are even more common.
Yeah,
Right.
I can do that. I can disguise myself fairly basically.
I think we
So
all
it's not
can
bad of a
around here.
picture.
What does she mean by the trail is cold? What do you think is she just poking at you?
The trail goes cold.
I believe that she's implying that I was looking in the wrong area for her all along. I believe that Tamara's people simultaneously put her on my scent and also backtracking reported sightings of me probably led my twin to this little girl.
Oh, wow.
Question, just out of character. Did anybody ever detail what Little One's found location was?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've talked about it a little bit. That's where we're headed. We're gonna go there.
Could it be a more literal definition of a trail goes cold?
I don't think that the twin would know anything about that area, especially if the mimics themselves don't even go in there. And how would she know anything about it? The little girl didn't know. All
Speaking
she
of
would
the
know
mimics.
is Neobara's face.
Speaking of the mimics.
We'll pan the camera over from this somber scene to the cheering crowd and Zed and Kozik. Where are you leading them? Are you just parading around town? Are you just
Sure, I think we're kind of marching up and down a little bit, but we got to stop at some point.
Probably
Maybe
like
people kind of gather around, right?
right. We're probably looping around, gathering a bunch of folks, and then getting to an open sort of area where we can engage and entertain.
And,
mean,
so again, what are these?
like a well? I was just gonna
There's
say
a well?
there's like a well, like a town center that you can stop at.
Yeah, that makes sense. And what are these folks? What do they look like?
They look like average, ordinary, everyday humans with big smiles on their faces, and they look like squeaky clean. They don't even look like, your average everyday peasants. They look like they keep themselves clean, and everything on them is clean. And imagine like some of those old shows where like, kind of like the horror shows from back in the day where everything's just too perfect and everybody's just smiling, and it's like something is off, but you don't know the mystery yet. But you know the mystery in this case.
Right. So yeah, definitely I'm shaking hands with people who want their hands shook, and I'm saying, "Oh yes, we've come back. Yes, we've come back to visit. Nice to see you all. Ha ha ha."
Like Zed's just kind of valeting and he's directing people towards Kozik and kind of trying to keep the line a bit orderly and also, shake some hands and
there's this, it's a very long line, by the way, especially since you've been gallivanting through
gathered the
the
whole
town. And people have just been coming up and like shaking your hands and thanking you for all that you've done and all the good deeds. I wouldn't necessarily say, the quote unquote the good deeds, but you've kind of, a little bit of the propaganda machine of Maximilian Voldemort and how he's done so much for the town and how he's helped his crew helped help them get a better idea of how to better integrate into society, and that's why they're so clean and pristine, and this almost picture perfect little like utopia.
This is what they're saying to me?
Yeah, they're thanking you and being like, that other person that was with your group and Max, and he gave all these not Max's crew specifically.
Ah.
And they're
Okay.
they're just being very cordial.
Wonderful. And when was this Max? When was he last here?
Like there's some hoes and hums as people just like, good question. Few days ago,
oh well.
kind of thing. Like anywhere between like a couple days, maybe a few days. Based on, the majority of the people that you probably question, probably not even a day after they would have gotten back after their pyramid scheme.
Does it I guess they wouldn't know. I was gonna say, does it seem like they'll be back, or did they leave town for good?
They don't know.
Yeah, we don't know that. Okay, well, it's great to see you. It's great to see you. Let's see. And I kind of aside to Zed. I guess I didn't really have a routine or anything thought out. I'm not sure what to say. Maybe they'll just wander away in a minute.
Oh, what about that good old dwarven opera that
Brilliant.
It's funny. I can't
just
my mind's gone blank here.
He's gonna lean in and kind of Zed'll put his hand kind of over his mouth to cover from the crowd. I just not feeling motivation, I see. It's all right. We'll think of something. And I said to distract from this, I'm gonna roll another performance check and just try and be boisterous and gracious of the crowd. And maybe put the attention on Zed.
So Zed can do the opera.
Oh.
Do you have a
good old
shanty?
shanty? There you go. Whoa. Nat 20.
Yeah, describe what you do.
Let's go.
With the Nat 20, a critical success and getting the audience's attention.
So he's like I said, big and bolsterous. People have been like shaking Kozik's hand and probably swarming him a little bit. And so you said that there's a fountain in the middle. Zed will jump up on the first little ledge of the fountain and kind of start balancing on the ledge and making it very, very obvious that, oh, I might fall in. Just starting to put on a show, and from there he'll kind of fake like he's not got his balance, and then kind of do one of those little like jumps, and then like plant on the edge, and he'll look around and he'll start to gather everyone's focus, and he'll do a flip up on top of the very like I'm picturing that this fountain's kind of like tiered, so that there's a big basin at the bottom, and then there's kind of like a middle well that's pouring over, and then like a very top portion that's like where all the water is coming from. And he'll flip up there, and he'll go through his introduction that he did for Kozik when we went into the Lofty Highborn, but he's going to kind of make a song out of it and make it very theatrical and kind of dance around and like kick water off the fountain, and putting on a show for the folks so that Kozik can kind of catch his breath, because his arms probably getting tired from shaking so many hands.
Wow, what a performance! I'm impressed as well.
And little one is a part of the whole thing as he stands on your head.
Right, there we go. It's like a choreographed routine that is all improv, but it seemed like it's been rehearsed for days and days.
Sarissa is coming to know us in ways she never dreamed.
Yeah, is she just hanging out with it? Where was she hanging out in our zone?
No, she's still back where everybody left her.
Where did we leave her?
Where did we? I don't think we didn't leave her. What?
Yeah, she was supposed to go with them.
Oh, with
I
them?
thought you said she was coming with us over to the investigate the girl.
I thought she said
Okay,
she
she's
wanted
over
to
there.
stay with them.
She's at least with one of the party. One
Well,
of the
yeah,
two parties. We didn't
that's
just
the
leave
question.
Sarissa randomly.
Because I thought it was
with Kozik's
Zed
party.
and Kozik veering the crowd away, and then Niavara said, "We're just gonna go do this thing real quick." So I wasn't sure if that was intended to be wait here and we'll come back, or if it was come with us.
I thought it was come with us so the party could stay together.
Yeah, I
Oh,
thought you
that's
said
funny.
she was
and
coming with
I
us.
thought it was that she stayed
Okay.
with them and we'll be right back.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't
I
matter to me. I just was curious if she was
Picture
observing
Sarissa just
us
sitting
do
on
our
an empty
thing.
corner, just kind of like tapping her foot, being like, "Well, this is not what I asked for."
You know what? Let's bring her with us. We'll totally bring her with us, and we'll point out the bits of the investigation that we're making. Since she was right there with us in the in Lloyd's shop to hear about the murder, let's bring her along so she knows what is going on here.
All right. So Sarissa is with you guys.
She's with us.
I want to try something real quick too, since I see Zed is having such an effect, and I say, "Oh, okay." And so I cast a little prestidigitation, pow, and a little exclamation point flashes up over my head, and then I furiously start clicking my heels together 19 times.
Oh no!
Yes.
So then
The
I kind
first
of
official.
I just sort of raise up a little bit off the ground, right?
Yep,
Oh
just a
my
little bit.
God.
And I'm gonna roll a check here, but I say, "Everyone observe. This is an old dwarven dance. It's as if walking upon the surface of the moon." And I try
Can
to
I
do a
give-
little moonwalk.
Can I give advantage for
Yeah,
whatever
I was
this
gonna
check
say,
is? Because
Because you
I
already rolled a
would
22.
definitely direct everyone to Kozik seeing this.
And so I start going, whoa, 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 trying to walk backwards in the air. I roll 14, I guess.
It's not bad. Pretty good. Above average.
Kozik needed this. Kozik needed a little hero worship.
But I
feel like
see
everyone-
that it's like it's just not as good as Mr. Thatcher's. So I do, as people are looking at me, I point up at him and I clap. Yay!
I was gonna say,
That
I
guy,
feel like
that
everyone's
guy.
just been partying so much that no matter what Kozik did, everyone's just gonna like fall to the floor and be like, "This is amazing."
And I point at the crowd and I go, you guys.
You, dude, you.
Look how lustrous his beard is.
And that's what I'm doing. Whoa, we're doing that.
The entertainment. The heroic entertainment. That's what we'll call it.
Yeah, I don't know why that seemed natural just to start busting moves for them, but they love it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're digging it. They're all in. Actually, you know what? You see one of the houses just grow legs, uproot, and come over and start cheering too.
Whoa.
Kozik doesn't get enough pomp and circumstance for his noble upbringing. To be perfectly clear, like this is perfect. He needed some of this.
We're mostly among the rustics anyway, so.
And as this continues for a little bit, eventually the crowd sort of breaks it in speech.
That's what I was
Lord?
waiting for.
You guys are the greatest.
Just Zed's on top of the fountain. Are you not entertained?
Yeah.
Amongst the crowd, you hear one guy in the back. Yes, I am.
Yes, I am.
Firebolt.
For you.
Firebolt.
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 Fireball.
Firebolt or poison spray. Mhm.
Poison's cloud.
That's the way to make an impression, I
It's
guess.
just how the tables have turned. And they come
Shatter.
back.
Shatter.
The rest of the group comes back and hears this like ruckus party, and then they turn the corner and everyone's just got like poison on them. And it's just, anyway.
Blown to pieces. Little mimics running around with their limbs missing.
That was a
Oh.
joke, by the way.
Oh, I thought you were gonna firebolt into the sky or something.
Like, yep, we're changing the
Fucking-
tone of this campaign right now, right here.
Cube is like taking notes. Okay, so they killed the entire town of Dale, and we've got to figure out where to go from here.
Yeah, I thought you were just using firebolt as like part of the performance, like firing
No,
into the sky. Or
you
something.
said that there was someone in the background that was like, "I'm not entertained," and Zed like immediately cast Firebolt.
Oh no, he said he was entertained.
No, he said he was
Oh.
entertained.
Oh, well, then that totally didn't make sense. I apologize.
Ray of enfeeblement on that guy. Screw him. No, he's good. He's good.
Prismatic spray.
Right.
I mean, they practically are prismatic sprayed right now. All
Yes.
things
So where
considered.
do you go to find
Kozik
those
is,
cool little memes, man? I love this one here of Russell Crowe.
Are you not entertained?
It's awesome.
I go to the GIF button right on the bottom right,
Oh,
and then I
that's
just
right.
type in different subjects and things.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Love
So,
GIFs. It's one of
as
the greatest inventions.
The
of our
crowd is being
generation.
pandered to. I guess we
Yeah,
can
that's
pan the
good.
camera. Pan the camera back to the down, somber, and the angry.
X-Files over there.
It is, isn't it? I've been trying to match the music to the moods, and it's just too much change. I tried to find a general soundtrack. Ivara, what do you think?
I think that this is a lot of bad things in a row, and I'm not quite sure where to go from here. I'll admit my skills are not really well tailored to murder investigations. I'm usually
Neither
the
am
one doing them well.
You did
You
a very
can
good
say it.
job.
We're all friends here.
She looks over to Sarissa like,
Fair enough.
Well, this is our life, Sarissa. This is the kinds of things we deal with here. Investigations, trying to help the downtrodden.
If you need a moment, I can step aside.
I don't know what to do to try and help this. She's dead because she saw me, and
And your
Sarissa
your twin
walks
is
up to
rubbing in your
Niavara
face.
and just kind of puts a hand on her shoulder. But it was a monster that killed her, not you.
you're right in that, but she's still dead and I can't fix it, and I don't know where her body is, and I don't know how to I know that if I was stronger, I could fix it.
All things come in good time. Who knows? Maybe we'll find some way to fix this situation. As shit as it is.
Oh,
Not
Maybe we
without
could
her
find
fucking
out,
body.
Maybe we could
Niavara,
find out where her
oh,
parents
sorry.
are.
As I mentioned previously, if we find your sibling, and your sibling is responsible for what happened, or is responsible for what happened, we could
Well, there's
always
such a plot twist about the body.
find out the information from her and find the body.
And she's really digging herself a hole if she wants to fuck with us. I have to say,
She's-
Niavara, I'm sorry. I really thought that maybe you could
I have this
get to
scene
the
ready.
bottom of where you came from without it leading to this psycho hunter.
Like I said, Cha, back at the start of all of this, she and I are mirrors of each other. I was put in her place and she was put in mine. All I know is that I, technically speaking, would be some sort of raw deal that my adopted mother didn't agree to for purposes that I can't quite fathom. But in the meantime, she's right about one thing. I need to be better about being tracked. She's clearly got a beat on me. So, and she lets out a little shaky breath. The problem is that she knows her own face too well.
Right.
Do you want to change it up?
I'm not seeing a way out of this that's not.
Wow. How long have you had this face like this? Your whole life, or?
Of course. And she sort of takes a moment to be like, I need to think about what I want to be. I will say, riding on Dragonback probably wasn't in her sort of expectations of what I could do. So she won't know what time I got here. And I'm not seeing any sort of scrying magic around. Because Niavara does have her detect magic up.
Correct.
Right. Right.
So there's no clairvoyance going on here. There's no scrying possibilities.
Would
So
she
it's
be trying to lead you somewhere? Is there somewhere she expects you to go that she could lead you to?
she's definitely wanting me to go somewhere on her behalf.
On her behalf.
As in, she wants me to go where she wants to lead me.
Oh, right. Right.
She left
Niavara,
this.
I want to tell you, I apologize for earlier trying to convince you to talk to this person, and I will help you kill her. because she killed this child.
Hey, let's remember, we need to find where the child's body is first.
That
And
too.
for that, we use advanced methods.
Sarissa, do you have any tracking abilities? Maybe you could help us find this little girl.
She shakes her head.
Unfortunate.
That is what Lady Miriam is good at, not me.
So
Right.
Niavara actually sort of gets down and she's like, I actually believe that Zedrin might be able to be a little bit more helpful here. I think he's slightly better at survival. But Niavara is going to get down on the floor and she's like, I may not be good at investigating murder, but I am good at one thing, which is knowing where the bodies are. And so she gets down and she's like, a death leaves behind a trail. A very noticeable one. That's part of the reason why I'm not supposed to really kill anyone when I'm spying somewhere. You have to know someone's routines, and ideally many people's routines, so that you can swap from one person to another without hurting anyone.
She might want you to
Death
find the
leaves a
body,
trail.
so she might leave it out for us all to find if she wants to lure us into some kind of ambush.
No. She might have taken the body because the little girl would be able to comment about who killed her.
Right.
Right.
That is magic that I can do.
Right. And she knows it.
She likely knows exactly what I am. A cleric to the traveler, though I don't know how she would have gained that information. Or when.
It's a good question. She might
The
not know much
when.
about you at all, unless she's somehow communicated with your drow family.
Or she's been following her for a while.
Unlikely.
Unless she's got somebody following.
If she had been communicating with my mother, I think my mother would have killed me dead and had her brought back already. No. I think that she might have caught wind of us somehow. My expectations is that she was part of the Unseelie court.
Your twin or your mother.
When?
Okay.
Well, as in like my biological
family.
family.
Right. Oh, right.
And so she sort of
So
thinks about it for like a long time. She's stroking her chin. And she's like, the real rub is that my clothing also is going to need to be changed. And she
Right.
sighs. Damn it. I stole this dress fair and square. But
maybe we could have the people here alter it.
You could have a mimic
perhaps not.
dress.
Yeah, a dress made out of mimic.
Right.
And so she sort of breathes out hard and she's like, all right. Does Niavara find anything in regards to like I said, like a dead body's gonna like have a trail to it. There's noticeable signs of dragging, footsteps, any sort of tracks.
Disturbed
Right.
dust, aside from the parties. But they're not drag marks. They're
Just
footprints.
footsteps?
Disturbed dust.
Are there one set or two?
A singular.
She could have carried her.
You know what's really good for hiding bodies? Bags. And considering the person who was murdered as a child, it wouldn't
Niavara
have
puts
exactly been
her
that.
foot on top of the footprint.
Right.
How good of a match is it?
A little bit larger.
Huh.
That'd be funny. Too much salt, dearie.
I wonder if we could track down the parent of this little girl. Mimic and half changeling.
We could
We
ask.
could find the changeling. Maybe they're in town.
Or it could be that the person who raised her was the mimic calf. We could
Right.
definitely ask. She might have answers.
Assuming you can
Hey,
find
little
any of the
shovel.
townsfolk as cheering and jeering off in the distance.
Yep.
We got our little shovel. Did they leave? Or are they still there?
They probably left when you started destroying shit.
Ah, shucks. Oh, man.
That's
they should-
fair.
Oh, well.
But we
We'll
can
go
ask
back and
them
tell.
later. And so Niavara will close the casket back up. Take another breath, and she's like, okay. Focusing on her energy. Is there any other magic in the area other than the illusion magic that was on that spell now that she's destroyed it?
Nope.
That was it. There's what she left for us. So now it's just a matter of gotta get going. We're on a cold trail. I don't know what that means though.
Well,
Yeah,
one
right.
of the
What does that
things
mean?
that one of the things
So-
that was told to Kozik was to seek the outer courts. Your birth family might be a part of the Unseelie or the Seelie, for all we know.
Well, I doubt they're part of the Seelie.
that would be my expectations as well.
Well, we've learned some complicated histories about the Seelie court here. That it's not as magnanimous as people typically believe.
Well, not magnanimous, but certainly not evil.
That has been challenged for us in our trip to Zareth, especially hearing about people wanting to escape from not only the Unseelie but the Seelie court as well. That's why they go to Zareth.
Yeah, I think that it's for different reasons. I think they just don't want to be part of the political brouhaha, but I don't think they've been treated poorly necessarily in the Seelie court.
Yeah, we had a fellow compatriot who felt the same way.
Well, I mean, it is my hometown. I'm not saying anything, but it is my land. I've lived around the courts for quite a while, and there's definitely a difference.
Yeah, he had too, and he said exactly the same thing.
That I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't know this realm other than from books. I've heard the same things. The Seelie were good, the Unseelie were bad. But
Yeah,
what
not
we've been
quite
hearing
that
in
black and white. It's not quite that black and white, but
we've
yeah,
been
they're
hearing
not
it's like
overtly evil or anything.
that's what we've been hearing though, is that potentially there's evil in the Seelie court as well. I'm not saying it's true. That's what we've been hearing from the people of Zareth.
Well, disinformation.
Anyhow,
Fake news.
Niavara
Fake news.
will take down her hair, number one. And it's long. She will then sort of focus on her appearance for a hot minute. And her skin changes color so that she appears more like a half elf.
Oh,
And her hair turns like a dark black. The texture flattens out so that it's straight instead of wavy. I'll need to get rid of the dress later. However, she's right. I know how to cover my tracks.
that's going to be tough with all the rest of us, though. If the little girl told your sister, your twin,
right.
about the rest of us,
Well,
50.
obviously, you're going to say that I went somewhere else.
Right.
I was so
Just-
enraged by this that I went to go find revenge for this little girl.
I guess we could all follow that story if she believes it. If you're able to, if we meet her face to face, or Other people give information about our party? Do you want to change your name?
I mean, I should, shouldn't I?
Right.
And Cha sighs heavily. He's like, this is exactly what my brother told me.
What do you mean?
Well, he told me that I'd been leaving a trail with my friends. It was
Oh.
trackable. And to be honest, I've been used to living with a different name and changing my face now and again. Guess I really thought I'd left that time behind. And I don't like to see my friend feeling like she has to do the same thing because of these bastards.
Well, let's just be glad that she can. Right.
I suppose that's one way of looking at my inborn abilities.
It's just going to help her not find you. So that's great, really, in the end.
Just call me Inanna for now.
Call
I'll
you
come up-
what?
Inanna.
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 I'll come up with something snow related later.
No related.
That's cool.
And
Oh, why is
she
that?
blinks one eye and it turns pure white. And she says, "Guess what the snow theme was for?"
Cool. And then what did you say your look was now?
A half elf, pale
Half-elf.
skin, black eyes, black hair.
Well, one black eye, it sounds like.
Oh no, she just briefly turned it back to what a changeling eye looks like.
Oh, okay.
Black eyes, black hair. Wow, you look kind of like Cha.
And then she's like, "If I put on a more holy and pious appearance, I guess I could talk something a little bit more like this. Call
Don't you
me,
dare.
I'm a servant of Oladra now, you might say. The luck goddess."
Don't get carried away, Neva.
What is the name of that goddess?
Oladra.
Aladra.
Oladra.
Oladra.
A gambler's bet.
And at that point, Sarissa seems to be reaching into her pouch of many things. Well, I could probably assist with clothing at least.
Well, that's great.
Thank you for
That's
helping.
cool. What do you have in there?
A very regal looking vest and jacket. Like brown. It's like this brownish if I can find the image that is in my head right now. I had it.
And where might we have found you, Inanna?
Well,
If I can spell right.
obviously, I rather think that you must have found me while we were visiting Dale. Naturally, as a priestess to Oladra, I am duty-bound to follow where luck is changing.
Okay.
I am but a loyal sovereign. And I rather think that the town of Dale is changing as well. I could have been establishing trade relations.
Ah, there it is.
With where?
This town, Maximilian, is now called, I suppose.
Ugh.
But where are you from that you're establishing trade relations with?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know enough names of the cities around here.
What was your city, Sari?
Well, why don't you just say Zareth?
I suppose that could
Cha
work.
raises an eyebrow.
We certainly did see enough elves around. A little half-elf with one of the Eladrin probably would work just fine.
There you go. That's the image of what was in my head, like the brown coat and like the brown vest.
Ooh, like piratey.
Yeah, I could see that.
Oh,
Cool.
that's a great look. I love it.
Rather think that would work.
From Zareth. Makes sense.
Makes perfect sense, in fact. And she's like, you know what? Like you've mentioned, if I'm being from Zareth anyway, if I'm a Phaeladrin, I would probably want to take on a specific element as a sort of symbol. A winter Eladrin.
Activate.
Perfect. For the snow theme, if you will. And in turn, she actually turns her black eyes blue, and her skin becomes a little bit more frosty on the outside. Perfect. A little devoted to luck in the dead of winter.
Well done.
You look great, Neva.
Chalk claps.
Speaking of clapping, you do recall, because at this point it's probably been a good little bit, because you came in here, you investigated everything.
Yeah, we've been chatting for a while.
Been an hour, maybe.
At this point, I'd probably say Kozik and Zed are probably starting to get a little tired from constant entertainment.
Well, I thought maybe I could
Not
be.
Kozik.
I thought maybe I could be sitting backwards on a chair or something, you know, kind of rapping with a small group of young people or something. By this point,
Like kerosene to a flame.
I'm saying, you know, the community. It's up to you guys to build it. You guys are the future of this community.
Oh, that's good.
Interesting
You're training
choice of
them not to
words.
listen to Max.
You guys can
So is
build
our
a community.
team-
They are the community, literally.
They literally are the community. So is the crew coming back?
Yeah.
We should
Yeah,
probably
okay.
go relieve
We'll
them of
walk
their-
and talk.
Yeah. They're probably getting tired at this point.
Let's see
Before
if
we
you
get
can-
back,
Don't tell them who you are, Neva. Let's see if we can introduce you, and if we could put it over on them for a little bit, then we know that your change is good.
would you guys like to be incredibly stealthed once we leave there, so there's no chance that your twin could spot us as
I
you've
was
made your
already.
transformation?
See, I'm already ahead of you right there. And she briefly retransforms back into Niavara, right?
Mhm.
And then she invokes her duplicity,
Ah,
What does that mean?
meaning she sort of presses her hand to her chest and calls upon the blessings of the traveler. And then in front of her, you see an identical creation to her, a perfect copy.
Oh, whoa!
She then returns to her newly established form, smiles in it, and with the sort of flick of her wrist, the copy of
1 minute.
Niavara takes on a absolutely furious expression and storms out into the night.
Niavara, you're absolutely brilliant, talented, amazing.
Chow will cast Pass Without Trace on on all of us, and we can stealth out of here while that makes the total focus.
Yes, use those spell slots.
Mhm.
So,
Oh,
yeah. So everybody can
dun,
everybody
dun.
can roll stealth at plus 10.
Plus 10?
Yeah.
How do you add?
If you
You
press
make
on
it
your
up over here.
stealth, you should actually be able to roll
Oh,
it
okay.
and then add a situational bonus, which is a plus 10, and it's just a
Okay.
Or just roll stealth and we can figure it out by
Yeah,
adding
we can
10.
just add 10.
But then we don't get big number. Like
That
what-
is a
what-
very
You wanna-
big
But where-
number.
You want to
Where
see
do
the
you
big
add it,
number,
Neovar? I don't see where I hit stealth, but where
so
is
you
it
hit
add it?
stealth, right? You have the roll situational bonus, and then click on the box next to it.
I don't see anything about situational bonus. It just says, public roll, advantage, normal, disadvantage. Am I rolling the wrong?
Above roll mode. Do you see the box?
Yeah. Oh, situational bonus. There it is. I'm sorry. So I just put a 10 in there. Okay.
Plus 10. You have
So
to
wait.
include the plus sign.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
there we
thank you.
go. So we're all rolling with a amazing plus 10. Which can I just say, very funny.
Not a great roll.
Hey, it works out. It works out. It works out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's 1d20 plus I see 20. Yeah, so Neovar 35, Cha 34, Sari 20, and Opal 19?
Opal's dexterity is
Stealthy
horrendous.
enough.
I guess it's pretty good.
It is not her lowest. It is not her lowest stat, but it is close.
Wait a minute. Mine should be 23 because I have a plus 3 in dexterity. I mean, if you're adding dexterity, I don't get it.
Huh.
Why wouldn't I have
Let's-
my
I mean, in
Plus
that case,
3.
wouldn't it just be a plus 3? It
Why
would be a
don't I-
23.
What armor is she wearing?
I wonder why
Anyway,
it
a
didn't include that.
cloak of shadow enfolds our
It's
group
medium.
to a degree, and we slink off back toward town.
Plus
Neovar's new
one.
form.
Leggings.
What do you think of seeing if you can fool Zed and Kofi?
Armor.
I think that you're simply going to tell them that your friend Neovara has simply run off.
I think it's a great idea. Let's ham it up. Let's see how long they believe it.
She is wearing
Just for a little bit, just
scale mail.
And so
see.
you were there. So you were like
What's
in
Dex
the
mod?
shed, like performing rites. Was that kind of the story of how we met you?
Of course.
Okay, perfect. Let's do it.
Her dex is.
How about drinks on whoever fools them the longest? Like whoever. no. Whoever
she has a
loses
dex 10,
first. Like
that's right.
whoever they don't believe first.
There we go.
We'll get drinks for everybody. Yeah.
I'm
And,
so happy.
and as you guys are like talking about drinks and celebration, Sarissa's kind of like does that like cough, like Let's
Yeah.
What
not
is it?
forget something of great importance as well.
Oh, for sure. No, right. When we gather up the party, we're gonna go show you our place, the place.
Are you talking about the lake?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's
So
not
slink on back
difficult to
back
find Kozik and Zed because there's a crowd and there's houses convening around them and cheering as well.
The houses have joined in. Oh my God! What have we done to this town?
What has Kozik and Zed done?
I mean, Kozik and Zed, you see the group approaching.
Well, I'm sure they've entertained. That's for sure. Cha will wave at the guys once they spot us. So once we kind of come out of our stealthy re-entry.
I was gonna say, do we see him with the stealth checks?
I mean, it
Yeah, I
sounds like
think
they
once we,
purposely want to be seen.
Yeah,
Mhm.
now at this point, it was just to get back to town without being tracked, hopefully.
And Kozik is just finishing up saying, well, you know, just because you're born with wealth or money doesn't mean that life is not difficult for you as well. You know, oh, hey, look, our party's coming back.
Oh,
Who,
finally.
have somebody with them.
I imagine Zed just turns into a puddle upon seeing the
Finally.
party.
Finally. Oh, that was perfectly timed.
It looks like they have somebody else with them. What's this? Huh? Okay.
Opal is going to. Actually, Opal's just going to walk up to them.
Chaw's gonna look very somber. Gonna be like his head's gonna be hanging. He's gonna tense up his shoulders as if he's ready to snap a little bit. He's gonna walk up next to Opal, barely making eye contact with either of them.
So did you found the body, I guess, right? What happened? What's going on?
So Zed's posturing a little bit and not knowing who this new person is and seeing kind of the vibe. He's got his hand on the hilt of his rapier.
Hold. A weird question. Do either of you have something to write with?
Oh, certainly. And she'll dig through her bag, very prim proper, and take out from her purse a little feather pin.
This is too
Chaw's like-
funny to think of Neavara like this.
Chaw's
Opal
like,
will just look at her and. Why do you have? Never mind.
Chaw's
So-
like, hey, you guys, this is Inanna. We.
So
She's a priestess of Oladra.
so OOC, Neavar is not with the group. Like Neavar
Mm-mm.
was the distraction.
Yeah, she's gone. She's totally
Okay.
gone.
So Zed's got his hand on the hilt of his rapier, and he's signing to Chaw like, "What the fuck happened?"
Chaw's like, it's like, no, it's okay. But he's still keeping up the act for the moment. It's like he's like, relax your blade. And then Chaw starts explaining. So this is Inanna. She's a like a priestess or a servant of Oladra, and was doing kind of last rites, I guess you could call them, for the little girl at the.
Also-
Oh, dear.
Out of character, really quickly. I don't remember who else spoke Primordial, because I know Neavara was one of them.
Yeah, Neavara was.
I don't know why,
I
but
think it
it
might.
was
I think it
that
might
or
just be you
Kozik?
two.
Well, Kozik can now with his little helmet.
He has to activate it though.
All right.
Kozik helmet on.
At least that's what he told us he has to do.
Yeah.
Wait, Kozik, do you have the helmet on right now?
I think he always has it on, right? And it
Yeah,
always
it's a nice
Yeah,
little
right.
Then
He's not gonna miss
Opal,
anything.
later.
horned helm. I mean, it looks bitchin'.
Opal will just state plainly in Primordial. Can you understand me?
I hear some Mogwai language or something, and I don't understand it.
Activate the helmet, Kozik. I can explain things to you.
Oh, okay.
Chaw's like elbowing Opal.
You think I should?
So anyway, we met this person over there, and Neavara. Well, dude, you guys, her twin is fucked up.
Really?
Fucked
Murdered that
up and
little
evil.
girl. Murdered that little girl and left another one of those creepy messages for her. Niavara. Niavara figured it out and fucking
Oh,
flew off
she
into a
was
rage.
raging
So
mad.
pissed. She'd started tearing the
Absolutely
place up.
destroyed the. I was worried that she was going to start ripping up the floors. And she
Oh,
places
she
her
went
hand
at
delicately.
everything.
And she, and man, and she, you know, Niavara, she flipped out and then she like vanished because that's
Stormed
what she
off.
does. And then like left and we tried to look around for her, gone. You know, if she doesn't want to be
Gone.
found, she is not found. And so
That's right.
He's
so
very good at that.
we looked around,
That's
we
right.
tried to find the God, we tried to track her, but you guys know Niavara. And so
It won't be found
yeah,
unless she
Inanna
wants to.
Inanna decided to come back with us into town. So I don't know what to do, you guys. But her twin is like dead set to fuck with her and make her life hell. So I don't know.
As far as we know,
Yikes.
Niavara has dipped to deal with the situation on her own.
And it was quite
Right.
ominous.
Well, Zed's gonna look to Sarissa. I apologize, but as far as I feel like, as far as we're all concerned, we've got to go after Niavara. I know we said that we were going to take you here and go show you, well, what we discussed, but this is, I've got to say, it's a bit more pertinent than that.
It's quite all
Understandable.
right, sir. And she sort of holds up a hand, and Zedrin can actually see her sign in Thieves' Cant. Hold off a moment.
Zed, Chaw's like, you're absolutely right,
What the
Zed. We
fuck?
should track her down immediately and try to find her. Like, she needs us. She needs us, you guys.
Niavara
Ow.
will sign in Thieves' Cant, or Inanna will sign in Thieves' Cant. Hold on a second. And she's like, the twists in fate are such that perhaps, give it a bit of time and perhaps all might come to light soon enough. Not everything is black and white like the sides of a domino.
In Thieves'
What is
Cant.
this one
So
doing with
Ch-
her hands? This
So
is
Chaw
strange.
is Chaw's watching the Thieves'
Zed's-
Cant as well, and he's like, "Oh man,
Zed's expression immediately is going to change. His face drops. He's staring at this new person who he doesn't know, and he's going to be like, "Oh, you fucking bitch."
Zed,
gonna
how
look
could
at
you say
Chaw.
that to our new
He's going to look
companion?"
at Shaw. He's going to look at Star. He's going to look at Opal. Really? I don't.
And she's
For
like,
right
hold
now,
off.
I don't even
Hold
want
off.
to know. I don't even want to know. He's going to make eye contact with this new person. But you and I are going to have a talk, right? This ain't funny.
And poor
We
Kozik is
absolutely
like,
need
what's
to talk
going
to our
on?
new friend here. She has a lot of information about this town and stuff.
I do. I have a lot of information that I believe that we need to communicate both to each other and then later to Lady Miriam. In private, though, perhaps might be
Yes,
the
in
best
private.
way.
And Chaw mumbles to Niavara, "Drinks are on you, you traitor."
Well, I'm
That's
willing to
right.
play along, but can I do an insight check at some point?
Kozik doesn't know
Zed,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Zed's gonna sign that he understands, like, there's something going on and that we can't really talk about it. But he's just gonna kind of look at all you guys and shake his head because he's like, something's up.
Would you like to use an inspiration on that natural one?
Oh my
You know
god!
what?
Perfect.
Yeah, a natural.
Do it, Niavara.
Oh, dude, there's no way your twin's ever gonna find us.
God damn.
It's not a natural one.
Who are you
It's
trying to
not.
deceive?
She's trying to like pass off
Is it
this sort of
Kozik or-
persona. And like
To who?
both to Zedrin and to Kozik.
There's no chance that you know the sign language thieves, like OOC. You
know.
literally gave yourself up. There's
Yeah,
3 people in
absolutely.
the
No.
world
Oh,
that know
no.
this language.
That's why Chaw
Thieves'
called
No way
Cant.
Nana knows it.
Well, no,
You
Thieves'
said
Cant
you
is
said
very
you
common.
signed. You said you signed to him.
Yeah,
Were you
in Thieves'
just-
Cant.
No,
Right. How
okay.
do you know
Were
he
you
even knows it?
using
Why would you sign to him?
were you using
why
normal
would
thieves
you-
cant or
Approved
the
using-
sign
that he
language
knew it.
thieves
Neobar was
cant
never
that-
trained in Zedrin and Chaw's thieves can't anyway. So yes,
Oh,
it's
this is
just normal
different.
thieves can't.
Okay. Okay.
But still, how
I
would you
thought
know
so
that Zed
it-
even knew
But-
it?
Right.
Yeah,
Why
it-
would you look over to Zed and sign to him anything because you don't even know him?
Or
They
to
know-
Piracy.
find out, I guess. to
That's
find
true
out.
enough. She
Oh,
was
and
Well,
does
them-
thief?
It does look like
thieves
a
can't
pirate,
to
I
people
guess.
outside just sound like regular conversation.
Yes.
Yes.
So not a lot of people would notice unless they're intentionally.
So,
looking at
okay.
things.
So my react I guess
Okay. Yeah.
I thought based on some of the conversations that we were having, because there were certain conversations that like Cha and I were signing to each other, and it seemed like
Right.
you were privy to them. And so I
If
wasn't
it's
sure if you
based
would
in
like
Thieves
pick
Can't,
up
like,
on it.
the way that I was saying is like it's based in Thieves Can't. She can probably understand it, especially because she's paying attention. But like she wouldn't know how to do it herself. Does that make any sense?
That's
It's
fair.
parsable, but not.
Okay, so I had the same feeling as Zed on that one, that you kind of gave yourself away. But if you were
Oh
not
no,
trying to give yourself
absolutely. She
away,
totally was
then-
trying to give herself away discreetly to Zedrin because Zedrin's about to go run off into the woods after
Right.
someone who's gonna be
Oh.
gone.
Right.
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
did.
I mean, it
Zed
makes
should do
it
it.
makes
He
sense.
should do it. Split the party some more. Do it.
No.
Split it.
That's a big
It
no.
makes
Thank
sense.
Split
you,
it.
Cube.
Split it.
Cubed is our DM is way.
He
over
wants
your
it
Oh
too
my
much.
god.
Nice,
Dude,
Kozik.
Kozik 100% knows that it's Neopor.
Oh yeah, 100%. And-
There's no hiding from Kozik. Team Shaft.
What a lucky roll.
The
I
deep
feel like
shaft
Kozik
has-
probably has more insight than Zed. Zed's just confused and a little bit put off.
And Cha's like lying to him in Thieves' Camp, which is their like secret truth language.
Right.
Neobara, Inanna flips a coin, right? And she's like, listen, all will be explained in due time. Let the natural course of fate work out, and we'll understand it. I promise. Hand over heart.
Hand over heart.
Well,
Inanna's very different.
guess
than Neopor.
Yeah, I want to hear Kozik's. What is your
Eh, well,
response
no.
to that?
I mean, if I'm hip to the situation in some degree, I don't necessarily know everything, but I'm like, well, it looks like we have a new member of our party, I guess. I hope
She just
Neovara will come
came for
back.
a drink.
Cha does a big, like, obnoxious wink to Kozik.
Just a drink. Look, this one's like a tulip growing out of a slag heap around here. Where do we even get a creature like this? Yes, let's go have a drink.
Hey, we don't
It's a
we're
good
not here
analogy.
for we're not here for drinks though.
We're here to go handle your business. That you brought the lovely lady Sarissa down from Zareth. I recognized her. Of course I had to help her. I'm so pleased that you've managed to tell her about this dragon that you supposedly found.
Well, I guess
Cha looks
you're
over
right.
at-
You're very right. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sir Kozik Deepshaft, a dwarf, and I bow deeply.
Right, because that was so hard to figure out.
That's quite rude of you, sorry.
No, I didn't say that out loud. Did I say that out loud?
And then
Cha looks over at Sarissa and is just like, this is how we play. Sorry, Sarissa.
Inanna bows forward in a little polite curtsy. And then she picks up, and it's a playing card in one hand. And she's like, I am a servant to the goddess Eladra, lady of luck, guider of fate, the gambler. Miriam had asked me here on trade matters. So I naturally saw Sarissa, followed her, and, came upon a rather horrifying sight of a young girl going mad with grief, apparently.
Boy, was she.
She ran off into the woods, I believe, firmly, regrettably, that she might feel truly that her presence is a danger to you all. And she looks at Zedrin and Koze very dead on in the eyes.
Meaningfully.
Well,
She might not be able to travel as she has before. I'm hopeful, though, should she resolve her matters with her family, things might be able to return to normal.
gosh, well, I hope that does happen. I hope she comes back. I was just starting to like her. But okay.
Oh, that's a good one.
Drow are an acquired taste, young man, as are dwarves.
Young.
Well, as it were,
suppose
we
so.
are out in the middle of town here, so
Right, we should get on with our somber business right
Yes.
away.
Let's handle this dragon for the good lady Sarissa, so that she may return to her shop should she desire.
Well, how do we get there?
I mean,
Okay.
surely
It's down
you
in
know
the-
the path, didn't you kill this beast? Or the
Yes,
beast.
we know how to
Basement.
get there. Let's do
the
it.
basement.
But let's not talk much about it out here, you guys. Let's just go.
I
What
will
I real-
follow your lead.
I was going to say
Vanish,
what I
okay.
really love is what a leadership role Niavar,
30, 40, 15.
Inanna seems to be taking, having just met us all.
I add a D4 to that.
All right, everybody, follow me.
Oh, that's a lot of random rolls cubed.
We
I
have
know,
been
what is
openly
he
talking in
planning?
front of an entire crowd about our plans involving dragons.
I don't like those untyped rolls.
Yeah, well,
Luckily, most of them were.
they're
were low.
rolls.
All right, you guys, let's get on with it. Let's go this way, and we're gonna
So,
head toward the.
Sarissa even
mayor's
plays
house.
along. And she's like, yes, old friend. And then she just kind of does the arm hook thing for
Inanna
Niavar.
has settled directly into this role, asking Sarissa about how the shop is doing, how business has been going lately. The town of Zareth recently had that festival that she missed out on, after all.
That's awesome.
Nice.
And you all start heading towards X-Dale House.
And
Correct.
she is going to make a more broader, like, now that she's settling into the role of Inanna, she's going to try and make another, like, better deception roll, like a sort of like a, this is like her establishing the new baseline. She's like settling into herself.
Nice.
You can add a D4 to that.
Hmm.
Okay, let's. So 24
Alright.
total.
Okay. Yeah, you just kind of, as you were settling into the role and, I mean, doing the hooked arm thing with Sarissa, you felt just a little more motivated, just a tidbit of guidance.
Oh,
Oh, she like inspired her.
or
Cool.
alternatively just a cleric. And so she's very curious about it, wondering what Sarissa's doing out here. Obviously, Sarissa's taken on more of her true form. She'd heard stories of a dragon coming around, so obviously she'd come to make herself known.
You never know. So you
Mhm.
guys head to Dale's house then? Straight to Dale's house? Like directly to
Wait,
Dale's house? Like
house?
Yeah,
straight
we'll
to
do
the
drink.
house of the Dale?
Yes.
House of the
Oh,
Dale.
oh no! I think he has an interesting point here. A cha. I think because we still have like a crowd following us and stuff, right?
Yep.
So I think
Until
They'll catch
Koza
the
gives a
hint?
speech, because they're still going every so often, just a random person's like,
That's what
speech.
it was. It was the speech. Kozik, give a speech so we can have some privacy, dude.
Yes.
Make it motivational.
All right, everybody. You guys just need to be the light in this world that you want to see, or I think. And it's been great talking with you. And we're just gonna go over here and please disperse, and we'll talk to you soon. Good night or good day.
Picture the group is kind of backing up all together. Kozik's in front of us, and we're all just kind of like backing up as a group toward the House of Dale, and we're all like one by one kind of shuffle in as Kozik's saying this. And as soon as he finishes his speech, we close the door and use the apparatus that Raul made to lock it behind us. And
Oh,
now we have full-on separation from the crowd.
And they cheer at your extra motivational speech or something.
Or something.
something. Hey, I like that thing about be the change you want to be, Kozik. Where'd you get that?
Even better. You said it even better than I ever could have, Mr. Cha.
Oh no,
It's old
man.
dwarven. Well, it's from a middle dwarven saying, but yeah, we keep it alive.
Ah. Very good. All right, let's get down to business, you guys.
Well, we've already looted the house, so unless Max left anything here, I wonder.
Oh, I'm sure he stripped it for everything it was worth.
Well, is the House of Dale like the governor's house? I mean, the mayor's house?
Correct.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Toggle navigation. There we go.
So this is a real house. This is not a mimic house, from what I recall.
So what? We need to descend into the into a secret passageway by the throne or whatever, right?
Let me
That's
get their
right.
tokens
Yeah.
down.
It was like under the couch was this trap door.
Kozik, Niavara, Opal. So you head
Doesn't
straight
seem
for the
like
trap door?
doesn't seem like there's been any change to the space, or is it? So I know they said Max had stayed here for a couple days, and he probably
A-
went in and out of it a lot. Did he like leave any?
A lot of
locking
the nicer
mechanism or-
things are no longer in here.
I was gonna say, I feel like Max isn't gonna.
Sure.
Max is not only gonna leave nice, not only take the nice things, he's not gonna leave anything of his.
And he might even leave traps behind.
You shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, probably. Anyway, you descend.
We just
Man, I'm sure curious about this Max.
yeah, he was the legendary figure of the group.
I need confirmation. Y'all's going down?
Yeah, the plan.
Yeah.
was
Going
that we're
down.
Mhm, mhm.
not sticking around. Yeah, we got
All
a mission.
right. Some of you may recognize this room. Others of you definitely won't.
Oh, definitely not.
Ah, here we go. Down. All right, keep
For
an
those
eye
of
out,
you who-
everybody.
Haven't been down here before. This was just a big, empty, dusty old room. A little bit less
Before I
dusty
move,
on account of it seems like there's been, maybe some other movement somewhat recently. But for the most part, old, dusty, uninteresting.
before I move,
So-
are there any traps in this place? Because I recall in the dungeon I stepped on a trap and had some arrows put in me.
I don't know. You want to look around for traps? You can do an investigate
That
or
was-
perceive.
That was more of a question for the entire group.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Who knows what Max might have left behind?
Investigation or perception?
Yeah, what do we? Perception.
Either one. If you're taking your time.
Shit.
Yeah, I'll join in on that.
You know what you don't find? Traps.
Bang on.
Nice.
It looks like we're all right.
You know what you definitely
Oh,
don't
ooh.
find? Traps.
Nevar.
Very good.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
Except Opal, don't step right there.
Wait, did
I
you
fell
just
for
say
that.
we don't
Shaw
find
holds
any
in a-
traps?
Yeah, we
Shaw
don't find
holds in
any
a
traps.
chuckle.
Okay. Damn, I wasted that 20.
Not in
It
this room
happens.
anyway. Anyway, continue.
Okay.
So who of you can't see shit?
Oh, right.
I think it is all of us.
It's pretty fucking dark to Zed.
Hey Zed, do you still have that sword that sheds light for you guys
Right?
that can't see very well?
OOC question. Since Niavara is now as a changeling, she's a half elf. Does she acquire the half elf's abilities like seeing in the
Nope.
dark and stuff like
Nope.
that?
She has
it's
those
just-
because she was raised in the Underdark. She can see in the dark. However, Inanna will helpfully take out from her pack a lantern.
Right, because you have to pretend you can't. Okay.
Well, no, because
Oh no, you're half elf. You can. Yes,
She's
right.
half
Okay.
elf,
yeah.
never mind.
she
but
can.
it's more like she's attempting to be helpful.
Yes. Gosh darn, is she different from Niavara?
Chad's like,
Niavara
"God,
used
I
her
haven't been here."
fucking.
I'm teasing.
No,
Niavara
I
was
know.
awesome.
I know. I'm more just saying, like, Niavara actually did use this lantern at the very start of the game, traversing in the Underdark with a bunch of humans that couldn't see. So this lantern is making a reappearance.
Wow, you guys are just moseying on through here, aren't you?
Are we supposed to be not Mosey?
Oh no, you are. Keep going. Keep going.
Thank you for the horrifying.
Zed can't
thing you
see
were saying.
anything. Still.
That's
Bring
what
out your
I was
sword.
getting at. That's just
I
like,
did.
Oh, there it is. You have to activate it or something?
No, it just glows.
If you can actually put a lantern on Niavara or Inanna. I'll have to grab a new token.
Lantern
Jaws kinda.
60 on the lantern.
Let me
Let's get it
just
mixed
double-
up. I think torch is 2020.
Let me double check her lantern. I always like go to the top of the thing. It is a hooded lantern. I can place the measure template so that we can just see how big it is. Oh wow, it's huge.
Oh. Nice.
Nice.
It doesn't actually say in the description.
No, you have to pop it open. Oh, but it doesn't show up
That
there
is-
either.
Gargantuan.
Right.
Let's see. Hooded lantern 30. Okay.
I think
Gonna give you
I think my
30.
sword was just like, it was either like 10 feet or 15
30.
feet. It was
Yeah, that
fairly
one was small.
Chaw did a check to see if there are any traps and got a dirty 20.
You know what you definitely don't find? Traps.
Hmm.
Chaw's
There's a
like,
door
wow,
over here."
memories. Gosh, remember this place?
What is this place?
So you've been
Oh, this
traversing
is,
through this sort of like stone walled like rooms. The room you passed through had like 4 statues along the walls, and like a central statue which everybody just kind of walked past. They were just like, no, not that statue. But there was a central statue, and there were 4 like armor stands, which I think you guys knocked a couple of them over.
Yeah,
that.
so this door down here,
Has
the last time we were here, we were trying to get through that door, and we actually used we broke one of the statues, and Raul put together some stuff to try and like pry the lock open, and we failed. We failed at like 2 or 3 different lock picking attempts and the attempt to break the lock open. And then we just kept going.
Wow.
Doors. And it just goes right from that room. It's just like a little shortcut.
Hmm.
Wow.
Well, there was
I
the
missed
double
this
doors.
session with the
that you guys
statues,
went
so
through.
I don't actually remember the statues up here because I missed that session.
They were the
but then
4
came
armor
in
stands.
halfway through. I came in halfway through, and I was down here when Max threw the knife at me. That was when I first came into the session.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like OOC, we would be going straight to that room and not necessarily exploring because we've already been here.
Right.
It is impossible to see without that light.
I can see what you see.
Let's
And what are you
see, so
investigating?
oh, traps.
What is going on in there? Wow.
Yeah, this
Once
is
you
it,
get into this
Sari.
room,
Check
if you
that
recall, you
out.
guys never turned these back off. There are these orbs that are floating about, each of which emanating a light, and a central sphere in the middle of the room that hums and glows almost in perfect wavelength with the other 4 around the room.
Wow.
Oh, that's right. I stuck my head inside of that. I remember that.
Of course you did, Ja.
No, Shaw, if you remember correctly, you licked it.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Shaw, you did what?
I mean, I was hungry. We hadn't eaten for a while. Now it looked kind of gelatinous, like a Jello mold.
You.
Anyway, hindsight is 2020.
I do not have the physical capabilities of, I guess you could call it taste. You.
Can't taste anything? Wow.
That's
I
quite
wouldn't call it.
sad.
I wouldn't call it that.
Do you have like other senses that we don't have?
It's a complicated list of things.
Cool. Anyway, so for Opal and Sari, this is basically and Sarissa, this is basically a teleportation device that will take us to potentially another dimension or another realm. So
What?
get ready.
We have.
Is that how you got here?
Wait. Is
Is
there
that
a
how
way
you
to get
got here?
back?
No, that was a different portal through a tree. We might show
Oh,
that to you someday.
I'd love to see.
And I guess the more important question is, can we get back?
Wait a minute,
Yes.
is this what we want to do? Is teleport somewhere else?
Yes, then we're taking Sarissa to the dragon.
Oh, and that's how we have to get there. All right, thank you. I
Yes.
didn't understand.
Gotcha.
I didn't get it.
Sarissa seems perplexed by this whole scene.
So
'Cause you said there
I'm
was a
right
lake.
there with you.
We can't get to the lake without teleporting.
right.
Is that?
This is it.
Oh, well, thanks
Right.
for the
Things-
information, fellas.
I mean-
need to know basis.
I mean,
I
To
need
be-
to know.
I'm with
This is what it
Sari on
is.
this one, but to be fair, they did say, "Oh, we can get to where the dragon is if we go to this town." They weren't lying.
Oh, yeah, right.
We did talk about some portals. To be fair.
No, okay. I'll let it go.
All right. Sari, you go first. Jump in.
Oh, great! Thanks.
Eh. And there's nothing
Never
on
mind.
the other. There's nothing horrible on the other side of this portal.
Oh, there definitely is. Here, I'll show you. Cha just does like a backflip into the portal.
You know what? Sure.
Let me get their tokens on this map.
Well, it's time, Madam Inanna. Let's go. At your convenience.
By all means,
Whoop.
she'll follow him along.
I'm in there.
Larissa. Yeah.
It's
There,
interesting
put
that
him there.
Inanna has not told them yet, and that they're taking this new person to this place.
Oh, she's not new. She literally
She gave herself
literally
away.
spoiled
well,
it
she's very
to
well
both of
aware.
us already.
She blew it.
Oh, with Kozik too?
Yeah, Kozik figured
Kozik
her out
figured
really
it out.
quickly.
I guess
Okay.
Sadi didn't necessarily figure it out. Sarissa knew. So Sadi
No, I
might
was
be
with-
the
I
only
Sari
was
was
one.
with us.
No, I was
Oh,
with
that's
you. I
right.
was
Never
with her.
mind. Never mind. So you know.
Sorry doesn't necessarily know that we know. That
Yes,
that
right.
is a factor.
Oh, that's a good
Right.
point.
Because there was the thieves
Okay.
can't thing, and then Kozik just had a really nice insight. I will say before we jump through the portal, Zed's gonna kind of take a second, and he's gonna take little one off of his shoulder, and he's gonna kneel down.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
you know where we're headed,
Mm-hmm.
and you all right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you're gonna be all right. Trust me. Kind of put him back up on his shoulder. It's like, right, on 3, 1, 2, here we go.
And you all hop on through. To which it's almost like it's no different than blinking an eye. A singular step, a blink of an eye, and the immediate temperature change. Got it. You are once again, for those of you who've been here, in the cold mountains, the snow lightly falling. Ooh, I have FX. I have my FX. Now I can add snow to the scene.
One of my favorite maps in the game, by the way. So cool.
And in front of you, the charred and burnt husk of some kind of a vessel.
Uh-huh. It's just me, or are there bodies up there that weren't there before?
They were.
They were there,
So-
I believe.
They were there?
Niavara,
It's my snow. There it
or
is.
Inanna
Snow.
coughs as she's like, okay. I am now fairly confident that we are on our own. Sorry, Zedrin. Sorry, Kozik. I did try and tell you guys to come with me, though.
A little bit less
The
opacity.
answer is that yes, my sister is the one that killed that little girl, and yes, she did it to get to me.
At
That's
this
so
point,
grim.
it's yes. At
Incredibly.
this point, I'm fairly certain that your parent. I think you were better off with the drow than your parents, because whatever the fuck happened to your twin sounds horrific to make her consider that a good thing to do.
I mean, without spoiling any of the things that I got up to as a drow child,
Oh no, I'm imagining horrible acts, things I would not wish to hear.
I understand the implications, though. Don't get me wrong. However, I did send a duplication of Niavara, my Vel, off into the wilderness. And thusly, you are meeting my newest face. I'll just add her to my sort of like, how do I say, round of characters that I will play. From Big Jim, that sad
Big
little.
Jim.
How's Big Steve?
Oh, right. Oh, Big Steve.
Big
I'm
Big
sorry.
Steve.
That was a
Big
good one.
Yes, I
Jim.
played a goblin
There's always a Big
That was
Steve.
fun.
for a heartbeat there. But sorry for the deception. I did need you to buy it though for a little bit longer. And if she happens to figure me out again, well, I'm sorry to say that this will likely happen again.
So
I'll
you were
pick a snow name
She
next
has a
time.
story though. We have that story that I told you that was the story that we're going to tell.
right.
Yes.
Stories aside, that's fine. But you're saying that not only did she kill that little girl, but almost made like a mockery of it, just to get at you, or what?
That's
she
what it.
stole the body.
She said
Body's
that
gone.
very specifically. Her exact words to me were, "What loss to me is a child who cannot keep her mouth shut." More or less implying that the whole reason the child died was because the child gave up information about me. I was being told off in the note. More specifically, she was saying that I was on the wrong trail and wanting it to be more interesting for her. I can make it. She also told me that I was making it too easy. I was better at covering my tracks than this. And so, game on.
Oh, Inanna, we've got to get this bitch.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Too easy. Like
Like cat and mouse.
like a life of a little girl is just
A plaything,
not
like of no
expendable?
value at
Nothing.
all. It's awful.
See, Zed's mouth is just kind of like just wide open and brows furled, and you see his eyes are welling up.
She was a pawn, Zed. Just a pawn. These are the machinations that I watched from the time I was born. These pathetic creatures. With no hearts and no souls.
Machinations of a sort of troubled soul.
I think
Daughter
this
of
goes
Fury.
past troubled, and more into bad person.
No doubt. I would be lying if I've said I've never killed someone. Surely you've pieced that together by now. But similarly, a child is... I try to make it as off limits as I would allow. A child deserves better. I've not killed one. Well, I don't think I
Yet.
have.
Oh, thanks.
I was tempted to think that you were the evil twin at first, but now I'm not so sure.
Oh my goodness, you guys, how could you ever believe that Neovara would kill a child? Even you, Neovara, stop playing it
Well.
up. You know you would never kill a child. Come on.
That's what she just said, I believe.
And I do tend to
She
believe
said
her.
she'd try not to.
If I was given a direct order as a child myself, and my opponent across the field was another child, you know. I
Right,
think
but
that's
as
a
an
different
adult.
circumstance. But
Yeah.
I've been doing this since I was a child. Do I remember every single mission? Absolutely not at this point.
Okay, everybody. I think
that's
we're
a
getting
good
a bit
point, I guess.
sidetracked. Sarissa
We're in the
is-
weeds. We're
Sarissa
here.
is starting to move away from us. I think we should
Yes.
assist however we can.
Point being,
Sarissa,
Sarissa.
up this way, up north. Mist should clear, and then
So-
you'll see what we brought you here for.
So the charred husk of this ship is here. Does the tree remain for any reason?
It does. It's the only thing that seems
Ooh.
completely and utterly unaffected by the flame.
And
Or
is
the
there any sort
explosion.
of... Wow, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Could you
Is
explain what you mean a ship? Because I'm just seeing the dragon and the sword and everything.
over
Oh,
here.
Yeah, down in the lower
Bottom
right-hand corner.
Left.
Or
Lower-
lower left-hand corner, sorry.
Oh, right where we came out. Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't notice that as
So
a ship.
that whole thing is not there actually. What is there is a giant burned pile of ash because that was all set on fire. But the tree, the icy tree growing out of it, is still there,
Okay.
and it
And
is
is there any-
unaffected by any fire.
Is there any beautiful fruits weighing down its branches?
Not on the branches, no.
Perhaps on the ground at its at the base of its trunk.
I mean, there's still like rubble, like, so not everything burns to ash, right? Like there's still chunks of metal, there's still stone, there's still debris.
Sure. I guess I was just trying to imply that this magical tree might have some more bananas growing on it or something.
I don't know, do you go to look for a banana?
Yeah, I do. While they kind of, they're on their way
the
over there.
perfect time to look for a banana.
By the end of
kinda-
this campaign, we were all going to have digested a magical banana.
I hope.
I kind of look over. I look back. I'm like, oh, I'll just catch up. Let me just go over here really quick and
The banana
You know-
addiction is real.
You know,
There is
later in
indeed a
this
banana
campaign-
on the floor, right
Oh,
next
God,
to
there's
that
that.
very same corpse as there was before.
No way. Is the
Uncanny.
teddy bear still there? Tell me there's not a teddy bear.
There's no
there,
teddy bears.
please.
no.
Oh, thank God.
But I definitely go for that banana. I want to grab it.
I'm imagining you pick it up and it's just the squishiest, grossest banana ever.
It's a curse.
God, this is the greatest map. Look at this map. Look at that detail.
Okay, so do I have
Pretty
it?
awesome.
Yes, you do.
Oh, okay, no problemo. All right, yeah, and again, I love to tuck it right in my belt there, like it's a little what do you call that? A flash point or no? What do you call? It's a little point of interest there at the belt. Nice yellow pistol,
Banana gun.
and I think I still have it in my inventory, so I'll just say I have one now.
All right, so where is this at?
So here, follow me. We'll move through this this broken log, and as soon as we get closer to the ice here, be careful on the ice, but start looking down through the ice, and then ahead of us, you should start to see the sword. And if I recall, last time we had to get close to it before there was sort of a mist that shrouded over it,
Huh.
right?
Yeah, it
right,
was.
because it kind of looms up like the Eiffel Tower, doesn't it? It's huge.
Well, the sword is
Yeah.
visible. It was the thing in the ice that you kind of had to get close because it was like,
Oh,
imagine being on a frozen lake and trying to get a bird's eye view when you're on the ground level.
Mhm.
right.
So what
So
we
there's
see
the
is the
sword.
bird's eye, but
Right. So that is the sword, and down there is our friend, and it communicated with us telepathically last time we were here. So perhaps you could talk to it. And I discovered from my studies that this is a mist dragon.
she utters something under her breath.
Is that not a rare dragon?
You know, I wouldn't know their rarity. I mean, I guess I would. I got a nat 20 on studying them. Would I know if they're rare compared to
Yeah.
other?
You could say
breeds?
anything, I guess.
Around these parts, you just because of the natural 20 and from where you are from,
Right.
nobody's really seen any. At least
Okay.
in texts that were available to you.
Gotcha. So we found little one over in that wreckage over there behind us. We weren't sure what relation he might have to this one, but yeah, we took him with us.
Oh, you
Oh,
guys
this is
can't
where
see
you
that,
all
can
found
you?
little
alone.
one.
Right.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay,
So you
wow.
guys can't see
We
the.
weren't sure if
Okay,
he was safe here by himself, so we took him along.
I'll try and update that maybe.
Wow.
Shaw kind of steps forward and is like, "Hello there, old friend. Are you still with us?"
So, who is where? Is everybody where they are?
I am where I am now.
Am I supposed to?
Because I
Opal's
see
trying to
Sorry
take
way
the scoop
down
on
at
that.
the start
Yeah.
there.
I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention to my icon.
No, you're fine.
Where am I supposed to be?
Anywhere you want.
Is that good?
Yeah,
Eh?
anywhere you want to be. Like Opal's taking a seat off of the ice and on a tree. Just want to slip and
Yeah,
break
So-
an arm.
I'm down with that.
Those of you who've never been here, there is a huge sword. It towers above you. But you don't really know what that represents per se. Oh, nope, don't want to move that token.
We never did figure out who could have wielded such a weapon to pierce this creature like that. We don't think it was our quarry at the time, but maybe
Okay.
those that were with him.
So I
That's,
will allow Sha to give me a perception. 1, 2, 5, 10, 15. They're like
And
20 feet
did,
away.
Kind of. It did sort of take control of our emotions a little bit, but it was helping us to fight that which it hated, which was who we were chasing after. So it sounds like maybe he had something to do with this happening to him.
You see two things happen, Sha. The first thing you see, you see one thing and hear one thing. But what you see, where the eyes were, where this, dragon was slain, they light up
Ooh.
a blood red, and then they become a soft white. Kind of like a icy blue. And the thing that you hear is actually from Sarissa uttering something under her breath. The King of the Mists. Never would have guessed.
Ooh.
And
That just
she
gave me chills.
falls to her knees and places her hands on the ice. Oh, it's true. And at that point, please hold. Gotta bring this token down. I had this pre-planned. Boop. Gotta replace a token with a token. Hide her.
Ooh,
And hide
she
that
gonna
one.
become her. Yeah, cool.
Ah,
Very large.
Wow, look at that. Compared to the skeleton, look at her size.
wow.
That
What is
skeleton
it,
must have been a
Sarissa? Who is it?
marvelous dragon.
The King of the Mists.
Who is that? Who is that to your people?
The guardian of the gateway to our homeland. Never would have. And she just seems like, typically she's very, very well composed. Whatever this means, and whatever this means to her, is a big deal.
Yeah.
The guardian to your homeland. I'm assuming
Does this
that
mean
being
if
here.
he's dead, you can't go there anymore?
Do you know much of the mist dragons?
I can't say I do, but I think Cha does.
Well, I'd gotten a nat 20 on studying them, but it would all be academic.
Yeah, your academics came from being in hell, so you had a
Right.
little bit of a different perspective.
I mean,
Sure.
Opal does have that proficiency in history from that time we all built up our inspiration points. She did a lot of reading in a library.
Yeah, you could roll it, but it's a really, really, really hard roll. Basically, good luck getting that nat 20.
Shit.
Oh wow.
Oh,
25 is still
so
nice.
close.
Well, Cha
But
would share what he had academically learned and how skewed it was from the infernal point of view, while sharing that he knew that it's probably a skewed view. He'll describe what he had learned in his studies. But what is the truth? You know, sounds like.
So, with a history through perhaps living longer than many species, The only thing you can derive of mist dragons, at least in this setting, is nobody's ever said they don't exist, but nobody's ever really, at least on book, or it's extremely guarded knowledge, that nobody's seen any either.
Admittedly, I don't have a lot of knowledge on this topic, which is unfortunate.
Never been seen by others, maybe, but looks like Sarissa knows. Has seen one.
Larissa, if it
mean,
is
it's
not too much for us to ask, would you be fine sharing what this means to you?
This means an opportunity for our lands to be connected again. It's so long. Home.
That would be awesome. What can we do
How
to
could-
help?
How can we help? Yeah.
She lowers her head to the ice, kind of like listening.
There's a living presence in there. We communicated with it last time we were here.
Then there's still
Look,
time.
the eyes. The eyes have lit up.
And at that point, let's see, distance-wise, gotta do a check. I think it was 60 feet before.
Right.
Just outside of range there, Zed.
Oh. Quick,
Yeah.
Zed, run towards the lake.
Quick run for no reason, get over here.
Quick run. There's a template being shown.
So all of you can just kind of get this rumbling in your gut as it, not really hunger. It's not anything, well, not anything related to your own body. It seems more like it emanates from the center point of this frozen lake. A little bit similar to what happened before, really. And you can see
What
the
happened
mist
before?
start to expand just a little bit.
Hmm.
And you can hear a voice. Except for Zed, because he's out of range.
Poor Zed.
If
It's
Zed's even
intentional.
here. Oh, there he is.
Or is dead.
Ah, interesting. Yeah.
Daughter of the mists. It's been so long. She remains completely and utterly silent, head bowed as if respect, tribute. Our enemy abound. Remain vigilant. She remains still and silent, but very clearly listening. I will. And the eyes cease to glow. They fall once again idle.
Who are your enemies, Sarissa? does the king speak of?
She points her head to the sword.
Hmm.
She seems at a loss for words, but meanders towards this massive weapon. And this is kind of giving you a real size comparison.
She's a large creature, but that dragon and that
That
sword.
sword, man. And the sword makes the dragon look like a dog.
Shaw kind of whispers to Opal and Sarissa, to Ansari, and is like, I fear that maybe my kind had something to do with this. The hatred that this dragon had for the one we were hunting down here, who made a deal with the devils. Don't know, but I don't
Now
know.
you listen, Shaw, that's them, not you. Don't take that on.
Sarissa, do you know what if that weapon, if the sword that killed that dragon is magical?
It is.
You know where it came from.
She shakes her head. We've had so many enemies. Could be any.
Hmm. I mean, I could try a stab at it, looking at it myself.
Well, I'll tell you, there were people from the infernal realms that were here before that may have had something to do with this. People from my homeland.
That used weapons like that.
Hmm.
Well,
Arcana check on the sword.
I mean, the archdevils might have been able to do something like this. I don't know.
Hmm. Opal is going to check out the sword, see what she can find out about it. She's interested in it.
Sure, Arcana.
Oh, that's a natural 20.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Yes. Nice.
Nice.
So with the nat 20, Arcana,
Very nice.
this sword is serving as a seal, a binding of sorts. This dragon, you kind of get the feeling this dragon's not actually dead. This is just the visual representation of the seal.
Oh.
Cool.
Well, that's horrific. And Opal will say out of context.
So,
Sarissa,
as
do you
mentioned,
know what
the
this is
King of the
doing?
Mist is essentially sealed here.
Mhm.
How are we going to get that sword out of him?
Sarissa, you were able to tell that about the sword too, right?
Say again? I couldn't hear you.
Sarissa, can you tell what the sword is acting as? Like,
Let's see.
can she see that it's a seal?
She shakes her head.
Mm.
The sword is what is keeping him here, or him here.
How can we get that sword out of him?
Do we even have the capabilities to move it?
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
And considering it's keeping this dragon here, I'm worried what will happen if Sarissa touches it.
Now, see, dearest, that's just quitter talk. And Inanna will walk forward over to it, take a big ol' look at the sword. And she's like, oh,
I would swap places if I could.
Now that's
I
just
honor you.
wholly
That would-
unnecessary.
It would still be
Yeah.
one of your kind in a prison. It doesn't matter if it's you or him. What
It
we
Your
can
doesn't
do.
matter
devotion,
that
your
it's the
devotion is
king.
worthy.
When you say that, like it doesn't matter if it's her or him, she glares at you with the most
I
the
meant that in
most
no
draconic
disrespectful way.
like fear, like not really angry, but just like how dare you say that kind of look. You don't even need an insight check on that one.
I'm so sorry. I
Shaw,
did not
Shaw
mean
just
any
looks at her and is like,
disrespect.
your devotion is incredibly worthy, Sarissa.
Absolutely.
We mean no
Absolutely.
respect. But we would like to help you remove this seal and remove the king, if it is possible. We were
That
talking
sounds like
about it.
Inanna has an idea.
We were
Sorry.
talking about it ever since we met this creature. If there was some way to release it.
Hmm.
All I can think of, put myself in the seal, free him. He holds far more importance than me. I don't think you grasp the importance of this.
I apologize for my words earlier. I was not trying to be disrespectful in any way. It
Can
is
there
just
not be
a
another
fate.
way?
It is just a fate I do not wish anybody to face.
That sounded like Inanna had an idea.
Does
No,
anybody
not
have a
Anything?
large
quite
flash
yet.
of booze?
Well, before you go
Uh,
touching the seal, Sarissa, let's just give it a think.
Meanwhile, little one's staring at the ship. Well, the
Oh,
X
poor
ship.
little one.
The ship that he met everybody at. The burnt husk. The scrap metal. The frozen tree. The home that once was and is no longer. And then he starts chewing on Zed's hair. The home that is now.
Nice.
Hmm.
Wow, that's a real mission accomplished right there. Because when Zed first picked up Little One, the whole point was like to become his new home. After we watched his home be annihilated
Ooh, actually, you
by
know
one
what?
of our.
For even more dramatic effect, little one actually will fly over to the remains of that ship and
Oh wow!
just kind of take it in.
Yeah, I think Zed would follow little one over there if that's the case. Zed basically stopped shy of this lake because the last time we were here, he and Cha had kind of some
some
Oh,
fucked
yeah.
up experiences.
some bad
was
visions,
tough.
and I think Zed not only remembers that for himself, but was trying to be very protective of little one, knowing that we've got a dragon with us and this dragon is trying to do something over here. He has the sense that Sarissa is protective of little one, but he's just in dad mode.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, he'll probably make his way over here.
Yeah, little one's just like checking out the boat.
Hmm. Genuine question. Does anybody here next to the sword have enlarge or reduce?
No,
Prepped.
no.
Oh, do you have it normally,
Oh,
dearest artificer?
I forgot to prep it.
Oh,
Okay.
but that's the simplest of
Oh, not
barriers.
Zed,
That
damn
is
it.
just a we set up camp in the cave over there. We do our preparations and we try removing the sword tomorrow morning.
That is an idea. From anything I could pick up about the sword, is it the nature of the dragon being stabbed, or is the sword, regardless of if it's removed or not, just going to keep him sealed? Am I able to tell anything about
The
that?
fact that it is stabbed is what is keeping it sealed.
Ah, gotcha. So if we can remove
The two
it,
things interacting creates this event.
so
Right.
Sarissa, I didn't mean any disrespect, but I don't want to see either of you trapped in there. If enlarge or reduce can work, both of you can leave here.
So you can reduce it to a size that we can handle. Is that what you're saying?
Well, maybe not we could handle, but I think Sarissa might be able to.
Yeah,
It would-
right.
To put it simply, I could with reduce, I could reduce you to the size of a dwarf. I'm joking. You would, out of character. It reduces the size of something.
Right. Can
By
you reduce
one
the
category.
size of the?
yeah, by one
Sword.
category. Any creature
What
or
does one
object.
category mean? I mean, like how far would this?
One
How much
size
would the
class.
sword get reduced?
You see how see the size of our tokens, and the
Yeah.
size of Sarissa's token.
Yep.
Sarissa's huge. I think there's a
Large.
size
It'd be
between that, large.
humongous.
So if I were to use enlarge on Cha, he would become a large creature. And if I reduced him, he would be
Enlarge her.
smaller.
If she
Right.
could
Gotcha.
be
But
enlarged,
so
then
how
maybe
how much smaller could you make the sword? Or you're saying you could make Sarissa one size bigger, and maybe she could remove the sword.
The way the spell is stated, the target for reduce, the target size is halved in all dimensions.
Halved. Okay. And what about
Amethyst.
enlarge? Is it double?
Doubled. Could you potentially wait, Sarissa, one night? If enlarge and reduce works, everybody leaves.
Oh, you need the night to prepare the spell.
Yes.
Okay.
I certainly would be able to throw my hat in the ring as well. With a bull's strength, we also might be able to increase Sarissa's strength, such that even if
Very
she's not
true.
quite big enough to maneuver the sword, she would have the strength to potentially do it anyway.
I'm also going to check something about enlarged/reduced. Let me check. The creature or object, until the spell ends, the target also has advantage on strength checks and strength
Oh,
saving
cool.
throws.
Excellent.
So it wouldn't stack. Okay, got it.
But who knows? I guess we'll see. And Opal will wait for a reply from Sarissa on the matter.
I feel as if it was as simple as pulling a sword out of a stone, that we
You
would have
think
been
you
able to
could,
do it by now.
Well,
How many people have found this location?
Inanna gestures.
Well, all these ships surrounding us were astral ships. We learned that from our friend Max. So these creatures were able to come here. These ships.
They
And
We
could
don't
die
even know where
here.
we are. If we are in the Feywild or in a completely different world, we don't even know.
But what are you looking for there, Zed? Ah. Yeah, he's just checking
look
out
at
the
that little
boat,
token.
kind of going around it. Because there was like the little ramp right there. There was like the cannon right there. Which coincidentally puts him within 60 feet.
Uh-huh.
Get that. Anywho, continue.
I
So you were
wonder if we
asking?
could disenchant this sword.
I think if you reduce that sword by half, it would be small enough for Sarissa to manage it.
So
I think what Sarissa was saying is the potential of it being unable to
What?
remove. I can't speak.
Is that a reason not to try though?
True enough.
I think trying would be good. Maybe it's a
And
magical sword. If we could try to disenchant it somehow, or if it's cursed.
I mean, if it's sealing and let me just double check, an incredibly powerful dragon. Yes, Sarissa?
Yes.
I don't think disenchanting it will be something we are capable of.
But maybe removing
So,
it.
Zed, with your 12, you notice little one, like he was looking at the ship and like checking it out and being like kind of that look of like this was home. But then he just suddenly stops and he's just like looking around like a meerkat standing on its hind legs, just like, huh?
Hey, what's that? You alright?
He seems distracted.
I guess Zeto just kind of like kneeled down next to him.
He's
That's just
still
fine.
distracted. He's just like looking around a little frantically, like what's going on? Like what? Huh? What?
Uh, can I make a roll?
I mean, what role do you want to make?
An inside check, I guess.
Go for it. $13. He
That's a
seems
good number.
confused, perplexed, curious, a mixed bag of emotion. Particularly those, though.
I feel like Zeto kind of reach out and see if he can, like pick him up. Not like timidly, but he'll just kind of like reach out and like pick him up and just be like, "Hey, what's going on?"
Oh, he flies to your shoulder and like quickly jumps to your head and just like is looking around, sniffing the air.
At this point, seeing this, Zed's gonna stand up and really sort of start looking around, trying to figure out what little one's worried about. Should I do another perception, or are we still
Let's
going
see.
off my other one?
Yeah, because it's still kind of the same scene.
Yeah, I figured. So he's just looking around, unsure of what little one might be concerned of. Also knowing full well the area that we're in. He was already playing a bit not defensive but protective, I guess. So he's kind of on alert right now,
Let's
or
see.
trying to be.
Let's give him a target. Roll 9. Yeah, he's still confused. He's just like flying around. You hear that? Oops, wrong. There we go. Who say that? He's just flying around, confused, Gonna check these rocks over here. Gonna check the tree over here. Gonna land on this rock and check the top of it. Oh. And then he points at the giant sword sticking out of the ice.
What if little one's like a key, or he's got some connection to this whole spell with the binding?
What's Zed do?
He's gonna look at little one, and you said he's just pointing at the sword.
Yep.
Well, right. That's been there since we found you, and
Didn't know talk to me before.
it's talking to you. What's it saying?
Something about opening doors?
Oh,
Opening doors.
Zed, can you bring little one over here near the sword?
You are too far to notice that.
All right, sorry. Sorry
Right,
is sorry.
So
Yeah, because this kind of happened pretty far away.
All right. Well, I thought he
Zed-
heard me mention about their connection, so I thought he.
well, but Zed does see Sarissa
So close.
in like full dragon form again. And Zed knows he's been to this area, so he knows that's kind of why he's been protective. But he's gonna look over at little one, and he'll kind of reach his hand back out, and he's like, "Oh, you want to go over there?"
I don't know.
I don't know either. That's why he stayed back. But I tell you what, you stick with me. I'll protect you.
Okay.
Let me know if you don't want to go.
It's kind of like that. I don't know what. There's apprehension. Very, very akin to just being like, I don't know what this is. I don't know if I want to go near it.
Mm-hmm.
But also on account of I don't know why this is happening to me either.
Right. Well, I tell you what. We'll go slow, and I know Miss Sarissa is probably got your best intentions in mind, so we'll walk up behind her and just see what happens, eh?
Okay.
Zed'll kind of like make his way through the rocks here. Start going over to Sarissa.
She sees you two approach.
Hey, Miss Sarissa, what's going on?
The King of the Mists lives. But he is bound here.
Well, that doesn't sound good. Little one, do you know anything about this?
He shakes his head. But Let's see. So with your natural 20 Arcana,
Yep.
since it's still technically the same scene, as Zed and Littlewin get nearby, it's almost like a sixth sense. Something in this sword is changing. The closer Littlewin gets to it.
Oh.
Hmm.
Zedrin. Because little one, the sword is reacting to little one.
Huh? Littlewin kind of hears that.
I feel like we'd both back
Run
up here.
away! Run.
And he like ducks behind the rock.
And the feeling is getting weaker as he does so, I'm assuming.
Yep.
Hey, maybe Saudi had a point, and there's some
Does it fe-
connection.
Something I will ask. Does it feel like it's weakening or getting stronger?
Well, I guess technically as he moves away, it's getting stronger.
What's getting stronger?
The effect of whatever's on this sword.
Okay.
Wait, Zedrin. Something about little one is weakening the magic on, or weakening the
Yeah.
magic on the sword.
Yeah.
So Zed's gonna come over here and he's gonna kneel down next to the little one. Is there an echo, by the way?
Yeah, I'm
Kozik.
hearing it too.
He's probably like, y'all's going too late. But we'll be wrapping up soon, so.
It is pretty late.
Yeah, Zed will kneel down and he'll look at Kozik. He's like, I know you don't know really what's going on, and I don't know what's going on, but it's
Well, it's
time to be
Kozik.
brave, all right? And I'll protect you as best I can. He's gonna reach his hand out like he normally does to have little one go up on his shoulder.
And Sarissa makes her way over. Trust, little
Zed's
one.
kneeling down, and I guess Sarissa's in her full form, so he's looking up almost completely to the sky to, I'm assuming, see what she has to say.
Oh, she lowers her head. If this is the way, you may be the only one who can free him. And little one just seems like a lot being. Imagine a kid being told, "Yeah, no,
yeah. You are the one.
The
you have
chosen
this
one.
important thing." And he climbs on the Zed's shoulder.
I feel like Zed would slowly stand up, and he's like posturing and exuding as much confidence as he can to try and hopefully have that influence little one as he would make his way kind of slowly, step by step, toward the sword.
I'll just put him there because it sounds like you're making your way there. Sarissa follows. Didn't want to click that.
And the feeling is weak, like incredibly weak now, right?
Yep.
I think we can actually do something about this with little one here. Sarissa, do you want to try to remove it?
Of course.
Would you like any assistance with that? I think Niavara could help you.
If the bindings are weakened, I have an idea.
All
Oh.
right.
You may want to step away a little.
I'm going to walk over here.
Niavar will similarly back up Marinana.
Get out of
I
the
would
jaw.
imagine Zed's
Zed.
holding little one and just how far away should I be?
You can stay.
And he's holding little one and he's just kind of like he'll turn a shoulder a little bit to the sword.
So Sarissa will kind
I'm
of
very
extend.
concerned by how far everyone ran away.
Okay, bye. As everybody gets behind the blast shield.
We're just scaredy cats. Yeah, right, exactly. That's where we're
Good
going.
luck.
Back behind the rock.
So she extends a talon towards you and little one. Well, in goes nothing.
What?
Little one. Mr. Zedrian, you don't mind? And she's just kind of like holding up a single talon for you to like grab onto it.
Oh,
Oh,
all right. Might as well.
All right. At that point, I have a cool effect. Fog. So as this happens, she closes her eyes and places her other talon on the sword. One talon extended towards you and little one. And it starts getting very misty.
nice.
And you could just kind of see the crystalline snows start to become a little more dense, a little thicker. And it's almost like, let's see, how far is everybody? Where the hell did
Far,
everybody go?
far.
Do you not see
There you
us?
go. Oh, I have other things on the map that's...
Ah, gotcha.
The fog gets very thick, and the temperature doesn't really seem like it drops. But Zed, you can definitely feel like a rush of energy coursing through you. More so than anything you've ever felt. More so than when you were in that foul temple. More so than when you experience the raw, unadulterated primal magic. Something far more powerful, yet extremely focused.
Is it like debilitating?
You feel like it would be if it weren't for something protecting you. Perhaps a warmth. Perhaps Sarissa herself.
I feel like so Zed, whenever he casts magic, typically, but there with the occasion of certain spells, like basically the Mage Hand, his eyes are kind of an icy blue normally, just a really light blue. But when he casts spells, they'll glow slightly, as if it's just kind of a slight beacon of his like magical prowess or whatever. And I feel like at this point, with this feeling of this magic, his eyes are almost like headlights.
but they have a misty hue to them, so technically kind of worse. Ever tried to put high beams on in the fog? Oof.
Right. Just really bright, you know.
And you even see little one, like his scales are also kind of mimicking, like they were amethyst, and the colors kind of draining a little bit from them. And in but a moment, I have to unhide a token. As you see the sword itself start to rust, as if accelerated decay was taking place in the course of just a few seconds. The mists in the area begin to enshroud it, encapsulate it, encompass. And then, at that point, the sword is nothing more than a hilt. A very thin string, a very thin piece of metal, still impaled in the ground, but the hilt almost melting away as well. And beneath you, the skeletal remains of what you once saw start to fill in with flesh, bone.
Zed'll drop down to both knees with little one clutched in his left hand, and his right hand's gonna just prop himself up on the ice, and he's like almost sweating, but not really because it's so cold, and he just looks exhausted.
And you don't even feel the cold. Like you have no sense of where you are. Like all of your senses are dulled. Or imagine you just woke up in the morning and you got flashbanged. And at that point, as everything fills in, token, unhide.
Ah. The Mist King.
Oh my god.
Cool.
Wow.
You see beneath the
He's
ice,
huge.
the body form. And beneath the ice, you see it begin to crack. It begins to shatter. Almost like watching the World of Warcraft cinematic with Sindragosa breaking from beneath the ice. The King of the Mists has finally returned.
I feel like Zed's too, just to paint that picture. He's just sitting there as all the ice is cracking, and he's just not moving. It's as if he doesn't even realize it's happening.
And that's where
he's
we're
just
gonna
got little and clutched.
wrap up the session.
That was a great session.
Wow, epic.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Also, gargantuan dragon.
Gargantuan fucking dragon.
That's the biggest
Yeah, it's
token
huge.
I've ever
I mean, it's
seen.
gargantuan.
Gargantuan. I
Is
so
the,
rarely
is the
get to
Mist
use that word
Dragon
in a
still under
sentence.
the lake?
Sorry, what?
Is the dragon still under the ice?
Oh, he's basically breaking free.
It's emerging.
Okay.
All
And
right, it's
basically-
super late for me, folks. I'll
Yeah.
see you next time. Thanks
forget
a
to
lot.
vote.
All right,
Awesome.
Ja.
Sign off too. Good
It's
night.
2:30 in the morning, so I gotta
Bye.
Yeah, it's a little
see you
late.
guys soon.
Good night.
Later.
Bye.
Later, everybody.
Alrighty.
Child.
All right. So with that, thank you guys for being here. I know it went a little long, but you know, sometimes when they go hard, they go long, right? So we are wrapping up there. Thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate yous. And what am I forgetting? I'm forgetting something. Right, tomorrow. We'll have our second session tomorrow. Different group, different crew, good folks all around. The Wanderers. They are gonna get into some shenanigans, so hopefully you are available to check that out. That session is gonna be at 5:30 Pacific. So if you are of the inquiring minds, by all means, drop by and say hello. Yes, yes. But with that, it is time to do ye old wrap it up. The old wrap it up a Rooney. You know? You know. So, appreciate you. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for lurking. Thanks for the sub-a-Rooney. Appreciate that too. And oh yeah, you get some new emotes you get to play with. Hell yeah. For those of you on the YouTubes, the schedule for this every Tuesday, 7:30 Pacific. And if you can't make it, then well, that's why I put it on YouTube, so you don't miss anything. For the most part, unless technical difficulties happen. But anyway, anywho. I'm gonna wrap up there because I'm gonna have a sizable upload ahead of me. Yeah, I think that's about it. So I'm gonna get some food, I'm gonna hydrate, and I hopefully will catch you tomorrow. And then Thursday, collab day, but I'm gonna leave that to be a mystery for you. So with that, until next time, adventurers, farewell.